Yo, what up everyone? Look how cute I am. Should I get the flaming bunny? Battle Pass bunny is so OP. It's so cute. Dude, my little stuffed animal is so cute too. Look at him. He's like a little Cthulhu. A little destroyer of worlds. What up, Tinkerbell? What up, Apex? Hold on, let me fix this. It's always messed up. Oh, I need a new system here. What up, Ked? If they can't get you a tab target, good luck clicking on that thing. Blends in with the grass. Oh, the bunny? No, yeah, having a smaller morph is unironically a huge advantage in PvP. It's actually crazy. They need to make the nameplates way more clickable. Okay, we just had weekly reset. Should I do it? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Nobody's in here yet. I will give it 5 minutes. Let's knock out some contracts. Contracts have been kind of piling up. Any contract pilers?
You're pretty tough, aren't you? I have the perfect contract for you.
Okay, it's difficult to interact with. I started taking paper. Every one of these is 2 purple books, basically. Or no, it's 2... It's 40% of 1 purple book, right? It's 2 purple parchments. Yeah. And I think you need 5 parchments. It's pretty bad. But I have so many skill ores at this point that taking them seems pointless. So, I don't know. Maybe it'll add up. Tier 2. Oh, we gotta take that. Can't not take the tier 2, even though it's gonna split me. Well, since we're already split, we'll go for yellows and more paper and I don't know. It doesn't really matter. More yellows. All right, still get some done. Question mark? Best way to farm blue skill books. Well, you're going to get a lot of parchment and ores from doing abyssal dungeons. That's probably the primary way that you're going to be getting them. You can always dissolve purple skill books down. So like if you buy the purple ones from the Ornate Coin Shop, or if you get them from the Battle Pass, and you really need blues, you can always just dissolve the purples down. Get a bunch of blues. And just switch builds. You always prio paper now? Yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about paper. On one hand, it's like I would like to max out my skills. On the other hand, it's kind of inevitable. Like it's going to max out eventually one way or another. And there's a lot of other materials we could be getting from contracts. They're going to help out in the long run in ways that skill books are not. So I'm kind of torn, but at least until I can get some of these blue ores spent, I'll probably start grabbing some more paper. I logged into Korea to check the amounts that you get from the various different ores, and blue is actually kind of underwhelming now. They nerfed it pretty good. So taking blue ores used to be the play for substance transformation. That's no longer really the case. It's basically tied with rubrics ores now. Ooh, scroll. We're going to be here for a minute, boys. Buckle in. About to reroll this 99 times. It's got to be about a 1% chance to get a pouch, right? What do you guys think? Considering the fact that we literally do 99 rerolls here, and still sometimes don't see it, there's one. Let's go. Huge. I'm so wealthy. Been doing paper for ages now. I saw the struggle coming. Yeah, I don't know. It's such a temporary struggle, though. I mean, it depends. Like, if you're really trying to get as strong as you can, as fast as you can, I think it's good. But when I think of like the game in like a 3 to 4 month time span or beyond, it's so the paper is so redundant at some point. Because in tier 2, our skills are still level 15. Like, they never go higher. At least not as far as I can tell. Maybe that'll change. Maybe they will eventually have, like, you know, epic skills will go to level 10 instead of level 5 or something. But until that happens, it's not the best long term. Your record is 300 rerolls. How'd you do 300 rerolls? Like 3 separate scrolls? 50-50, really? We just flipped heads about 30 times in a row. But it was 50-50 every time. Trying to figure out how to get my melee evasion stat to 1800. Not my melee defense, my actual melee evasion. I have all my traits and weapon mastery, but I'm only at 700. Can you put more than one melee evasion trait on a piece of gear? No. You are only going to get, if you have purple, if every one of your armors is purple, that is only 800 melee evasion. So the other 1,000 melee evasion has to come from your pieces of gear that have it as a top line. So on this collar of decimation, you see how it has melee evasion above the trait line? So that just comes on the item itself. It's not a trait. I have a lot of pieces that are like this in order to get high melee evasion. My boots have 172. My pants have melee and ranged. Gloves don't have any. Chest has 150. And then cloak has 130. So my helmet doesn't have any either. My helmet and my gloves are going to be the Field General 2 set. So, but every other piece, basically, that can have melee evasion does have it. Even my belt. I don't think you can get rings or bracelet with it, although maybe, I don't know, we'd have to look. But yeah, pretty much every piece that can have melee evasion has it, except for the 2 pieces that are going to be the Field General set. So you have to really commit to evasion to make it work. You have to really commit to it. Got crap from weekly? Yeah, I'm about to open up mine in a few minutes. Lithos cost 20 purple paper, so that's been a heavy use for the papers too. Yeah, that is a pretty heavy use. A lot of my lithos have been blue though, lately. Although I guess it's the same ratio overall. I mean, we should only need... You're only getting 50 ink a week from the guy, right? So then a little bit more from contract or from ornate coins. Like, there's not that much you need for lithos. How do you learn to parry in small group fights? I feel like I often get perfect parried, but I rarely get parries off in 10v10s. It's almost suspect. I find some of the stuff that people do a little suspect as well, to be honest. Sometimes I will, like, shadow strike someone out of stealth when I know they're not watching, and they'll still perfect parry, and I'm like, really? You're on that much Adderall? I don't know about that. But no, in general, I think you start to get, in some of the larger fights, you start to get a feel for it. I mean, you see a greatsword person running against you, you kind of know when the shadow strike's going to go off based on how far away they are. And then, you know, if like a bow or a staff user starts attacking you, you can kind of predict that they're going to hit you with some kind of bind. And so if you do a perfect parry, or if you block or roll right as they start attacking you, a lot of times that'll turn into a perfect parry. There's some animations. I think the most obvious animation to look out for is Devastating Smash. This one has like just enough time to react to if you're quick. So that right there, I mean, it's about what, maybe a second when I'm in the air. If you block once you see me jump, you're gonna get that. It takes a little bit of practice, but I think that's one of the more obvious animations. One of the easier ones to block. But I mean, yeah, something like Shadow Strike, that's pretty hard to block unless you already know it's coming. Although you can just block the follow-up, which is what I usually do. So whenever I get hit with Shadow Strike, I just roll immediately. Because I know that the Shadow Strike is going to get followed up with some kind of stun or knockdown or, you know, something bad is about to happen. People usually don't wait. Although you can. That is a strat. Sometimes in Arena I will wait. I will Shadow Strike and I will count. And then I'll go. I'll count to like 2. And then I'll continue the combo. Because I know that someone's going to try to roll my stun or my prone. But in large scale, usually people aren't going to be that, you know, meticulous. They're just going to jump on you and then immediately stun you. So if once you hear that or see the Shadow Strike animation, you just roll instantly. And that'll get you out of a lot of stuff. Braces of Primal King, is there any other pieces of gear that Raw Dog increases damage? Well, anything that increases your crit is going to increase your damage pretty directly. But as far as bonus damage as an actual stats, I'd have to look. It's not a stat that I value very highly for my builds. I know there's a 2-piece set. Is it the Phantom Wolf sets? One of the 2 pieces has bonus damage on it. I don't know what other gear has it as just a, you know, upper line stat. Dodge roll from dagger lasts a long time. It does, yeah. All the dodge rolls and blocks last a long time. Your dodge is active for quite a while. It's not like other fighting games where, you know, you do a dodge roll and it's like a 0.2 second iframe. In this game, it's much longer than that. Is Greatsword Bow viable? Seemed good as I was leveling up. At 50, it feels less impressive. Thinking I should switch to Greatsword Dagger. I would say it is viable, but not optimal. I think it can be a very good tanking build as a... I mean, it just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. As like a single target DPS, obviously it's going to get obliterated by Greatsword Dagger. But, you know, Greatsword Dagger doesn't have Tornado. Greatsword Dagger doesn't have Flash Wave. Doesn't have any heals. There's a lot of stuff that the bow brings to the table that just because it's not specialized doesn't mean it's not good, you know? It's just a more versatile, but also, like, less focused build than Greatsword Dagger. Perfect parry last night from a stealth Shadow Strike at a PvP event. Yeah, I see that happen a lot, and it does make me raise an eyebrow. I'm not usually one to rush to call people cheaters, because, like, that's all you hear in MMOs is like, oh, I lost, so they must be cheating. So I'm usually pretty reluctant to throw that out there, but some of the blocks I see when I Shadow Strike someone are unbelievably fast. Like, I actually cannot believe that a human being could do that. So it might just be luck, though. Like, when it's large scale, you know, when there's a bunch of people fighting each other, they might be reacting to something else and just coincidentally end up blocking you. So it's not always foul play, but yeah, there's a couple people where I'm like, you really have a sixth sense of when you're going to get Shadow Striked, you know? And it's not like it would be that hard to... Yeah, I don't know. We'll just say easy anti-cheat is not known for actually stopping cheating. Arctic, thanks for the 14 months. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. What do I need to do here? I just need to get one of these. Brighter Shores tomorrow. Is it free, Ked? What's the... I haven't seen any price for it. It says free to play on Steam. How are they going to monetize? A lot of the time I get perfect dodges keeping up my evasion passive. Oh, that's true. Like, you're just rolling in order to keep Shadow Walker up, and you just so happen to get a perfect block. I could see that. What's the highest weapon you can get in your class? The highest weapon you can get in your class. I'm not sure what you mean. If you're asking what the best, like, greatsword or the best dagger is, they're both Tevent. All the best weapons drop from either Tevent or Queen Bellendir. Those are the arc bosses that drop the kind of like top-end weapons. Although you can make arguments for some of the weapons that they're actually better than the arc boss weapons, like Nirma's sword. A lot of people would say that Nirma's sword is actually better than Bellendir's sword, even though it's not an arc boss weapon. What about bow greatsword? I think that's what we were just talking about. If I had a specific person block my ensnaring arrow multiple times. Yeah. Maybe he's just very lucky, you know? I run bow and greatsword. It's great for drawn out fights and group battles. The heal provides damage mitigation. Other healing from the bow recovers mana. Yeah, I think it's viable. I wouldn't say it's not viable. There's very few builds in this game that are straight up not viable. Like, almost none. You can combine pretty much anything with pretty much anything else and make it work. It's just like, what are the trade-offs? What am I actually trying to accomplish? Is there another build that's going to accomplish this better? Ugh. Guess with the greens. I don't want to go back to Shattered. I want to keep all my contracts in one place. Okay, this will work. Greatsword bows, Swiss Army knife. It is kind of, yeah. There's a bunch of Swiss Army knife builds though. I mean, the thing is, like, if you're gonna play a sort of all-round or like a hybrid builds, wand staff is just so crazy. That's why builds like greatsword bow I think are not as popular, because it's like, okay, if I want to DPS and be tanky and heal and do all that stuff, like if I wanted to be the everything build, staff wand is just kind of like better in every regard. It's going to hit harder. It's probably going to stay alive better. I mean, there's some utility the bow has that the staff doesn't, but as just overall as a hybrid build, it's just so insane. It's a very different playstyle, though. Same as RuneScape with a free sub. Are you still running Darkslayer daggers? Can't decide on Aquarius? Yeah, I'm going to be running Darkslayers until I get Tevent. Aquarius is really only an option if you are trying to hit 60 perception, which I am not bothering to do, because it's too difficult to do with melee evasion builds. If I was running leather, it might be a different option, or it might be a different story. Counter for Greatsword Dagger or Greatsword SNS user? I mean, the hard counter is melee evasion. If you have, you know, more than 1900 or even more than like 1800 melee evasion, then a greatsword player really can't do anything to you. They'll stun you every once in a while, but they won't really be able to get their combo off on you. Are there any legendary weapons in your class? Yes, every weapon has a. I mean, you could call it legendary. The game doesn't call it legendary, but you could call it that if you wanted to. But in this game, they're called arc boss weapons. And every weapon has one of them. Suns are hard to deal with, but then a guy can kill mages and rangers. Can't kill melee builds. Most melee builds are building range and melee defense. So, yeah, if you had a staff on, I'm seeing greatsword staff actually become more popular for that exact reason. It's like the greatsword kind of dunks on its own, but then if you happen to come up against someone with a lot of melee evasion and you can't greatsword them, you just pull the staff out and nuke them, and It's very unlikely they can do anything about it. We were looking for staff wand, endurance, or evasion. You can do either one. I think endurance is probably better, although going like melee evasion and then endurance on the other two is also an option. Some people saying using the dungeon shards for gear is a huge waste setback compared to crafting unlock stones. Well, it depends on how many pieces you need to use unlock stones on. I don't think that most players have a need for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of unlock stones in T1. That might change in T2, but I mean, in T1, like, even a fairly expensive build is only going to require 300 to 400 unlock stones in total. I mean, if you're on a budget builds, that number might be 100 or less. Might be 0. So, like, what's the point of getting a bunch of unlock stones if the gear that you have doesn't need unlock stones? You know, that's not going to be doing you any good. You definitely would be better off spending those shards getting gear, even if you just sell the gear. If I'm still level 50 with a lot of leveling gear, should I not use them for gear, especially weapons? Unlock stones? You should never use unlock stones on anything except for field boss gear. Never, ever, ever. What is that? Is that the subathon timer up there? Hold on 1 second, boys. Has that been running the whole time? There we go. Let's turn that off. There's no subathon. Not right now. Can you show skill masteries when you can? Yeah, I have the heavy attack from Greatsword, and I have the evasion from Dagger. That's kind of all that matters. The skill masteries, for the most part, are pretty low impact in this game. They're probably going to get reworked. I'm an SNS bow user with double Stalwart Bastion with Blitz. Getting shorter cooldown for Stalwart Bastion soon. Yeah, SNS bow, probably the tankiest build in the game. I mean, SNS Greatsword is really, you know, it's tanky in the sense that the Greatsword gives you more max health and has a bunch of skills that increase threat if you're trying to like hold threat in a dungeon. But as far as actually just taking the maximum amount of damage and mitigating that and healing it back, etc., I think SNS bow is probably the tankiest builds that you can possibly come up with. It's not that popular though. Most people go with the Greatsword for that extra damage, or they go SNS wands, which is also crazy tanky. I hope someday these make it so these contracts just show up on the regular map. Do I think stuns will be nerfed? If they nerf stuns, they would have to completely rework melee, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but I doubt that it's going to happen anytime soon. Stuns are the only thing that allows a melee player to even use their skills, so I don't think they're just suddenly going to nerf them, no. Greatsword would become unplayable if they did that. Let's do our weekly. All the good stuff's over here. These are always resistance gear, right? Oh no, there's some decent stuff here. Oh yeah, you can get band of universal power from this one. Okay, here we go. And band. I got a band, just wasn't the right one. Wow, 2 crossbows. Okay, probably gonna grab the tunic. The tunic's decent money. Let me look at this Abyssal Grace Band as well. Okay, Abyssal Grace Band Litho 150. Only 2 of the traits are worth money. Heroic Tunic Lithos for 250. Traits on this one are kind of underwhelming too. If I took one of the weapons, I would not litho these, but yeah, the traits aren't that good either. Well, I think we'd probably just go with the tunic. Because if I get a bad trait on this ring, I could also just go for the unlock stones. If I get a bad trait on this ring, then I'm going to be forced to litho, and the litho is only... Yeah, the litho's like not even worth making, so it's either the tunic or the unlock stones. I mean, 250 for purple litho isn't out of the question. I'll probably just trade extract it though. Because I mean, worst case scenario, we get max mana. I would only get another like 160 from the litho compared to the extraction. Yeah, I think we'll just do the tunic and then extract it. It's not worth it. None of it's worth it. I'm doing the stones. Yeah. Definitely rather have 30 stones than 150 loosen. I've traded Aquarius. I'm not sure I love them. If I rebuy Shadow Harvester sets, maybe with the 1500 HP and 11 Strength from Darkslayer seems awesome. Yeah, Darkslayer is really, really well statted. Look, it's definitely better statted than Laquarius. Laquarius, like I said, Laquarius is just there to help you hit 60 Perception. It's basically not possible to hit 60 Perception with Darkslayer. At least not in anything that resembles my builds. So, yeah, Laquarius is there if you're shooting for 60 Perception. Shroud's playing Greatsword Staff. He bought Bell Staff for 300k Lucent or something like that. There you go. Making it happen. Did you check out the loot distribution post AGS made? Yeah, I think it pretty much corresponds to how we already thought that it worked. Some of it was new to me, though. They said that the conflict bosses are actually based on guild contribution. And then if your guild gets a drop, it just randomly picks someone who gets the item. That was a surprise to me. I did not think that's how it worked. I figured that the peace and the conflict bosses work roughly the same way, but according to that post, the conflict bosses are actually guild-based, whereas the peace bosses are party-based. Can you get bleeding on your weapon? No, there's no weapon bleeding in this game. I have a link in my builds? Yeah, exclamation builds. Still waiting to get my Carnix bow. I have a purple bow in inventory. Should I use the bow or hold off till I get Carnix bow? You can hold off. I mean, it's kind of hard to know that without like knowing your build and what the bow is and everything else. But yeah, it's not the end of the world if you need to hold off. Okay, they're talking about Sardome. I thought they were talking about something else. What was I just doing? Skill books. Only got a little bit. Trying to decide the next thing that I want to upgrade. Probably Precision Dash. Need to get that cooldown down a little bit. Need to get these blue skills up too. These are all PvE skills, but they need to get upgraded. One of these might have already been partially upgraded. No? None of them? Okay. Well, guess I can just pick then. I do want to get Willbreaker. This is just for PvE, although it might become a PvP skill pretty soon. I'm thinking about swapping some stuff out. Tornado. I want to get this leveled up pretty soon. It's my AoE filler skill. I actually, yeah, this one is the one I need to get leveled up. Brutal Incision. I'll keep neglecting Brutal Incision. Probably Inject Poison too. I need to get both these to purple. I need to get everything to purple, boys. We need skill books. We need skill books. At least sometime before T2 drops. Do you know if Expo Longbow viable on PvP? It's okay. I mean, it's a lot of damage, but I think that pairing either one of those weapons with a dagger is probably going to get you better outcomes. Or going bow staff is probably going to get you a better outcome. I see Expo Longbow as more of a PvE spec. SNS Wand still viable? Yeah, SNS Wand is S tier. How good is Greatsword Dagger with tier 2 for PvE? It's one of the better PvE builds in tier 2. Big numbers. So many big numbers. Some of the biggest numbers. Okay, let's go do... Oh. Do I care? I kind of do. I can't not take a tier 2, you guys. Look at all these tier 2s. Even though I'm kind of wasting time. Herbalist? No, not worth. Unless it's the purple pouch. Can't be bothered with the herbalist. Do not accumulate corns. I had 17. Took me 6 hours. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want those to build up. Dude, 3 a day, 3 corns a day was not the right call. Whoever wanted us to run that dungeon 3 times a day is... I don't know what they're smoking. That was not it. Like, maybe if the event was like 5 days long, but you know, dude, it's a month long. Like, you want us to run this thing 3 times a day for a month? Like, do you want me to hate the game and uninstall it? What's the goal here? Mages are crying nerf stuns. Yes. Yes, everybody is always crying to nerf the other guy that with the other build that they are not playing. That is to be expected in these games. What's your advice on current best GS? I got Juno, a GS, and a dentist. Can't decide. A dentist, hands down. Yeah, that's an easy one. That's an easy one. A lot of these questions are like, well, it depends. What are you trying to do? Not. That's an easy one. A dentist is better. Next question. Currently using Duke Magna, Greatsword Staff user here. Yeah, especially on Greatsword Staff, because you have an extra, you've got a higher health pool with the Staff passive to make use of that at Dentist. But I mean, yeah, if you were really trying to push 60 Perception, Juno makes that a lot easier. But I think a Dentist is just kind of the best Greatsword in T1. It's really good. Even on Greatsword Staff, it's kind of harder to get... I mean, I guess I don't know how you're building it, but it can be hard to get a lot of crit on that build, and that's another thing a Dentist is going to come a lot with. Yeah, it's a good fit. Depends on what your realistic goals are in the game. If you actually have a shot at crazy warrior weapons from arc bosses, then you have to use unlock stones on that. Yes. If you get an arc boss weapon, you need 400 unlock stones. But if you don't get an arc boss weapon, then you need considerably less. So, I mean, the unlock stones are definitely valuable. No matter what, they're valuable. You're probably going to get a couple pieces of field boss gear by the end of T1. So you want to make sure that you have at least like a few hundred unlock stones on hand. But you can get those from the event. You can get those from your weekly mission. You don't have to get those by turning in your dimensional shards. I think for the vast majority of players, the better value for your dimensional shards is going to be one of the dimensional rings, or saving up 2 salvations for the big shard box, where you can get like Shadow Harvester grips and you know, swirling essence shoes and stuff like that. Like those can still be worth a lot of lucents, especially if you get a good trait. Or you might actually need them for your builds. So yeah, I think using them on gear is the play for most people. If you have a specific need for trade unlock stones, then you would go for the trade unlock stones. But I wouldn't just be like burning all your shards on trade unlock stones just because someone said it was more efficient. That's not going to be the case most of the time. When do you think tier 2 stuff will come out? Will it make tier 1 gear obsolete? Tier 2 gear will not come out for quite a while. So you can work on your tier 1 gear and you can enjoy it. You don't have to, you know, no life the game and worry about your gear becoming obsolete quite yet. Probably February is when we'll see gear comes out that makes the tier 1 gear obsolete. And yeah, it'll pretty much make it obsolete. Maybe not accessories. We might not get tier 2 accessories right away, but the weapons and armor, you're going to be upgrading those to tier 2 fairly early on when they drop. It's hard to get the tier 2 gears, so it's not like day 1's going to come out and all your T1's going to be useless. You're still going to be using T1 for a while you try to get the T2, but once you get the T2, you're going to be transferring the T1 over and just using it for blessing. You're not going to be holding on to a lot of your T1 gear. Brother, just let me leave. Just let me leave. Can we just make PvE damage not interrupt teleport? Serves no purpose. Unlock zones worth more than 250? Yeah, for sure they are. Best luck I've gotten in this game was Band of Universal Power from the weekly. That's the best luck that anyone's gotten from the game. Yeah, congratulations. That's the luckiest thing that can possibly happen in the entire game is getting a Band of Universal Power from the weekly. I guess now that Arc Bosses are out, getting an Arc Boss drop while you're ungilded would technically be luckier. But yeah, other than that, getting a Band of Universal Power, pretty much the luckiest thing that can occur. Pretty heckin' lucky, my dude. Oh, I was paying attention. I almost missed it. Dark deeds in the temple. Let me go. This one is just, I don't know why it's only showing me 4 contracts instead of 5. Tunic is a bit overrated. It doesn't matter if it's overrated. It only matters what people are willing to pay for it. What are bolts? Looks like streamer has gotten some CP gains. Yeah, I mean, we gain like a little bit every day. Most of it's skill books at this point. There's not a lot left I can do with my gear. But we gain a little bit every day. Rocking the Darkslayer daggers, I happen to like them. They're really good. Dank said Laquarius passive gives 6 to 7% damage. I don't know what that means exactly. Also, the Laquarius passive is broken most of the time, so... Are you saying that the amount of damage on the Laquarius passive is about 6% of your overall damage when it's up? Is there a way I can look at it? What is it? Is it... Because they nerfed it since KR. What is it now? Is it still 50? Is it 25? They did something to it. Yeah, it's only 25 for 3 seconds. So, I mean, that's absolutely not 6 to 7% of your damage. It might be 6% of your damage for that 3-second period, but 3 seconds kind of not that long. I mean, even with buff duration, maybe it's 5 seconds. It's nice. It's a lot nicer for a staff than for a greatsword. And, you know, Dank's not playing greatsword, he's playing staff, so... For crossbow, it's good. It's very good for crossbow. Requiem's about to begin? We don't want to do Requiem. Let's go do something fun. Blood Mushroom? Level 30 PvP? What do you guys think? Let's do it. I'm gonna go send my stuffed animals out first. Lead kills on your server is Expo Bow. That's That's either an exceptional player or an unexceptional server. Or both. That's crazy. That's crazy that they let that guy have top kills. Somebody should try hitting him and not letting him free cast. Is it possible to see your cell history? Did you make most of your lucent at start, or is it a constant thing? It is a constant thing, yeah. I show my cell history pretty much every day on stream because people ask me this all the time. And I'm pretty consistently making 8 to 10K a week, even in the last week. So this is, let's see, this is about 5 days, and it's 4,500. Can you, well, you can't see it. Hold on. There it is. Which is a bit low because we just hit weekly reset. So after today, that'll jump by another couple thousand because I'm about to go run all my blue contracts and make a bunch of money off of that, etc., etc. So plus the weekly reset, the weekly mission reward, you know. Normally I would make a little money off that, although this week I just went for the stones. But yeah, it's pretty consistent. Like detonation mark the most, should I just Expo Dagger instead of Expo Bow? I would say that Expo Dagger is better than Expo Bow in pretty much every regard, yeah. But I mean, play whatever you want. I'm not saying Expo Bow is bad. I do think Expo Dagger is kind of just like straight up stronger though. But you can play something off meta. Who cares? What difference is it gonna make? Play what you enjoy. It's not like an F tier build, you know. You don't always have to play the S tier stuff. You can play something that's like a B tier build and still have a lot of fun and still be effective. Best way to make Lucent is free to play. There's not one best way of doing it. There's a bunch of stuff that's gonna cause you to make money in this game, and it's kind of just comes down to knowing the market and playing the game a lot. Running your dungeons, knowing what to sell. Isn't the T2 just more solent? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Just a few more upgrade mats. Well, T2 will upgrade to plus 12 instead of plus 9, so it's quite a bit more solent and quite a bit more mats. Ow! Made 15k Lucent, but it's with 2 alts plus main. Well, it depends on what server you're on as well. I mean, the numbers are different in different market environments, so. Our arc boss weapon's still good in T2. Yeah. Yeah, even in T2, most of the arc boss weapons are still best in slot, although not in every case. What gear should I go for max DPS dagger ranged evasion? I don't really know how to answer a question like that. You'd have to open up a build planner and find the gear and put it together. I couldn't really just tell you that off the top of my head. How am I doing? What's up? How you doing, Padre?
Mushroom scent is getting stronger. The ants will begin to swarm soon. If you hunt ants, you can acquire the mushroom spittle that they secrete. Swarming in like that. You need that spittle to remove the blood mushrooms.
We dissolved our alliance, and
many different types of mushrooms. You can get various amounts of chunks depending on their size.
Some of our allies are not very happy about it. I see a lot of yapping now. Do you think Devastating Tornado is good on Greatsword daggers? Devastating Tornado is good on Greatsword daggers. I'm not sure. Are you talking about the spinny skill? No, it's the worst skill in the game. It's only useful for when you are PvEing against a lot of really weak mobs. You'd never use it in PvP. You would never use it against a dungeon boss. It's great when you're fighting starving ants at a level 30 events. It's great for that. Is the only point of trade extraction to sell in the auction house? Yeah, success. That is the one and only point of extracting. I think I should go for 50 strength till I'm able to go for 60 perception. Yes, 50 strength, very good. If you can reach it. I'm doing Duolingo. What's the French word for delayed? I think it's delayed. I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, I mean, 25 base damage is going to be different for different builds, so... well... Actually, base damage... I don't know if base damage and bonus damage are the same thing. They sound different. I'm not actually sure what base damage means, to be honest. It might have something to do with... yeah, okay. It's the percentage that your base that your skills multiply by. So for like a great sword, that's pretty good. Yeah, I think that'd be good for pretty much for most builds. I guess essentially what it's doing is it's taking, yeah, it's taking this right here and increasing it by 25. Okay. Yeah, that's quite a lot. It's still going to disproportionately affect faster weapons, but that would be good on slow weapons as well. 25 is a good chunk of your base damage, even on a greatsword. Usually there's more people down here. Let's roll to open Twitch and see you back. Welcome back. What's up, dude? How you doing? Why low gear score you have? Excuse me? What do you mean low? Man, you just can't make these people happy. 3,400 combat power. Mostly what I hear is there's no way this guy's free to play. How could you possibly be 3,400 if you haven't spent money? You're lying. You're bald. And now this guy comes in. Why is your gear score so low? Why don't you have 8,000 gear score as a free-to-player?
There are suddenly a lot more ants in the center of the passage. An unusual phenomenon.
Guys, nobody's coming into my cave. Should I just do the events? I don't really want to do... I just wanted to fight people while half paying attention. Like any good GVG. Oh, found another guy. Why are there so many, like, AFKers down here? Oh, this guy's level 40. Okay, yeah, alright, he can live. He's probably, he probably just got past that Chief Sandworm boss. He's probably thinking about quitting the game. We'll leave him alone. Okay, so I'll show you why when Devastating Tornado is good. Here we go. This is the only time it's good. Wow, look how strong it is. Look how strong it is against mobs that are half my level. What a skill. I mainly just like it because it's AoE and it's low cooldown. So it's kind of like, it's just good filler. It's good filler and it's good for tagging. But the actual damage that it does is very, very underwhelming. I think they could probably triple it and it would still not be very popular. It's pretty bad overall. What do you consider S tier PvP? It depends on if we're talking about large scale or small scale. Large scale is pretty much dominated by SNS wand, dagger wand, staff bow, and dagger crossbow. Those four builds make up the majority of large scale, although there's a decent number of people that are playing staff dagger or bow dagger that also do really well. Well, personally, I think that crossbow dagger or staff bow are going to be better, but staff dagger and bow dagger are nice because you can play them in small scale and still be really strong as well. But strictly for large scale, as a DPS, you kind of can't beat crossbow dagger and staff bow. Those are the goats right now. Does this thing actually work? I think it's worth to switch Expo when my greatsword is 11 mastery. Is it worth? I don't know how to measure the worth of switching weapons. I would say if you're not having fun, you should switch, regardless of how much you get paid for it. Those giant mushrooms coming out soon. I'm gonna do one level 50 mushroom turn in. You know what? I'm already bored. Let's not. I'm gonna do a... Do they have the level 30 mushrooms yet? What is this? 10? Okay, that one's only 10. How come it's not showing me? There we go. There's the level 31. Alright. Let's drop this off. And then... Let's go back outside. Pretty good PvE guide for Greatsword Dagger. You can look up Revik's guide, R-E-V-I-K. He's got a pretty good rotation.
Giant blood mushroom could appear soon. Inside the hatchery. Be on your guard.
There's always yapping on the server? There's always yapping on every server. What's the minimum amount of lucent you're looking to extract when extracting epic items? 50. I look for 2 lucent per 1 extraction stone right now. That's my target. But that number depends on how many extraction stones you actually have to work with. It's a ghost town, dude. Maybe we should go to the Dominion events. Hidden Brown Mika. What do we even get for doing this one? Oh, here's a guy. Brother. Level 30. Doing the GVG. God bless. I don't think this guy knows there's an event going on. It's cool to see all these level 30s running around. So are these new players or people that just play very, very casually? Yeah, I don't really think we get anything for this. I think we could just leave. 80 guild coins. All right, let's go to the Dominion event. Guess nobody likes this event.
It's been 10
What up, Florin?
minutes Officer, please announce the current
Bonus damage is on top of everything. Yeah, bonus damage is just a flat addition to what you hit for. Base damage is a lot stronger. Devastating Tornado is crazy good for PvE, AoE with SNS Greatsword only. You combine it with the taunt ability, it procs the damage for every hit, which does nutty damage. Okay, that's nice. It's nice PvE tech. What's a good number of melee evasion that I have to reach? I have a good build for melee evasion, 1600. Victorious, give me 400. I have to reach 1800. Staff 1 here. I think 1600 is solid. 1800 is better. But 1600 is solid. You want to be at least like 500 evasion above whatever your opponent's hit is. And not a lot of greatsword users are going to have more than 1100 hits. Some might have 12, at the very highest 1300. So if you have 1800, then you'll be strong even against people that have like invested a lot into hits. But yeah, 1600 I think is solid for most of the people you're going to fight. Shock Commander plate plus Shock Commander gloves with Field Gen helm plus Field Gen boss sounds good to you before BIS. I don't know enough about what you're playing or what you're trying to accomplish.
Yes. Please come back safely.
I believe it you were uber wealthy in Raven Dawn 2 without swiping. Why low? Ignore the positive comments. Why are you so low, actually? Could you help me with a guild loot distro question I have? I pasted in the description of my build since it's a bit long. What? You want me to go to an external link to read your question? That's a lot of work, my dude. Good guide for longbow staff. I'm not really in the longbow staff guide market personally, so I haven't bothered to analyze them. But I assume if you go on Questlog or Maxroll, you can find some pretty good write-ups. I know Steparu has a longbow staff build on YouTube. I don't know how noob friendly it is, but you could check that out. In Greatsword Daggers solo PvE multiple mobs, like lure reptilians, for example, what could be the skill combo? It's the worst AoE build in the game. You can use the little ice spinny skill. The best AoE that you have is going to be Guillotine Blade. You can take a skill specialization that makes this AoE, but only if it crits or heavies. So when you're under geared, it's hardly ever going to AoE. Ice Crash, which is the Gaia Crash specialization, that's a decent AoE, and then Devastating Smash is a decent AoE, but none of it's amazing. Yeah, all in all, the build is lacking AoE. You could use like Fatal Stigma from Daggers. None of it's gonna be like really amazing AoE though. I guess I should register. I'm probably just gonna leave and go turn in at Requiem when there's 2 minutes left so I can try to get a medal. I kind of hate these low-level events because I don't even know if like evasion works here since it's all gear capped. I kind of just die. When I was there at level 30, I had no clue what was happening. I was like, these level 50 are killing me, no balls. I mean, normally you just run through and kill everyone you see. You don't necessarily, like, stop and pay attention to their level, or you might notice it, like, right as you're one-shotting them. I feel like there should always be at least one level 50 PvP event. It's kind of weird that we have to, like, go do level 30 PvP. Bully these poor people who are trying to level up. Like, I don't know what that accomplishes.
I can feel the tension rising.
Also, where's team, dude? I don't see any red people.
Here are the interim results.
Alright, you and me, buddy. You and me versus the whole map. Let's go. Where are we going? We're going somewhere. We're going over here. Okay, we're going over here. We're going to register our 1 point. This is going to be huge. Oh, there's a guy? Wait, okay, so his evasion works. How come my evasion doesn't work? Greatsword longbow combo, what do you think? We were talking about it earlier. I think it's okay. I don't think it's amazing. I think it's okay. It's very jack of all trades. Only have 212 melee evasion. I sit back and heal. Yeah, 212 melee evasion is the same as 0 melee evasion. They are... there's no difference between that. Your evasion only works if it is higher than your opponent's hit. So 200 evasion will never have any effect, unfortunately. It's a little unintuitive. Pasting question instead. My guild is quite small and quite casual. There's 7 to 10 of us that are quite active. We killed our first boss. My question about the nature of drops, whether I should push for a loot council. For example, we did a raid of 9 people. I got a Chernal sword and everyone was like, oh, it's yours. I ended up selling it to another guildie who needed the item for 1300 Lucent. Not sure if I feel great about my decision. I think there's a lot of different ways to handle loots. So, we just got some new information on how loot is actually handled in the game. And basically, when you go to a peace boss, the gear that drops is based on the contribution of each individual who is there. Although, if you're in a group, then your contribution counts within the confines of your group. However, at a conflict boss... if you get a drop, it's actually everyone in the guild combined together, and then the drop is just kind of randomly distributed to one person in that guild. So the conflicts loot, I think it makes sense for that to be very guild-centered, whether that's loot council or whatever system you guys want to come up with. The peace loot, I really think it just depends on the, like, it really just depends on you guys and, like, what you agree on. You know what I mean? Like... I don't think that, I think if you want to, like, be serious and progress, then loot council makes sense because, you know, just because somebody loots a sword, you know, if I'm like a mage and I loot a sword, okay, I could sell that, but if someone in the group can use that sword, then as a guild, we're going to progress faster if we're distributing that loot within guild rather than selling it and then keeping the money. But at the same time, if you're, like, super casual... and, you know, some people might be going to more peace bosses than others. The most fair thing to do might just be to let people keep their own drops. You know, some guilds have rules that, like, if you weren't there for that boss, then you're not eligible for the loot. Whether that's to be loot counseled for, or whether you guys are just dice rolling it, or whatever, like... if somebody wasn't there, then they're not eligible to even be in the running. Yeah, I think there's a bunch of ways to do it, but it kind of just depends on, like, what you guys as a group decide is fair. Whelps has a bow staff guy that's pretty good. I wasn't paying attention. I'm not going to get my medal from Requiem. Isn't the caravan event popular because of the queen sacks? Yeah, but it's not PvP. I was just looking for some... oh, never mind. Requiem. Actually, Requiem's not bricked anymore, huh? They fixed it. I think I'm too late, though. I got sidetracked. Maybe I can turn that in real quick. I don't know if... I don't think you get a medal if you only have, like, 2 points. I think you have to have a minimum of, like, 30 in the last tier. Oh, just kidding. That's hilarious. That is some efficient gaming right there, boys. Special resistance medal for 21 seconds of effort. Alright, let's go.
If they attack again, will you lend us your bravery again?
With your help, we can stop them together.
Can't stand PvP in this game. I avoid it like it's Ebola. It's the worst PvP I've ever been in. Okay. That was a strong message. Find it weird in these lower level events. They only seem to cap HP and everything else is the same. I don't know how it works. I mean, it says that it caps your hit and your evasion. My evasion certainly feels capped. I get hit constantly, but then I swing at someone else and I miss. So I'm really not sure how it works at those events. It's quite confusing. You need over 850 evasion for it to really matter. I would say, realistically, at this point in the game, you need more than 1500 evasion for it to matter. But that includes, like, buffs and stuff. That's 1500 total. Is there any good wand staff builds out there? Not sure to go endurance, evasion, and if 3 or pick 2. I would go endurance and I would go all 3. You can go melee evasion, but you just need to know. If you're going to go any kind of evasion, you have to know exactly what you're building. You have to plan your whole build out ahead of time. If a good source for this info would be good to share with the builds. For what info? As a non-guild 1700 gear score, there is no point in going to world bosses. No, you can still just get lucky. They said that there's a whole bunch of loot that's just luck based. There's like the contribution loot and then there's just the luck loot, so. You have to have a minimum contribution. So you can't just like show up and hit the boss once, but you can be under geared and, you know, try your darndest and still just get really lucky. I see ungilded people get loot from world bosses all the time. It's actually not that uncommon. This game more PvE or PvP? Does it have dungeons? It is definitely more PvP focused at the moment, but there is a whole bunch of PvE content that is in the Korean version that will be in our version in the future. You can check your stats screen while in the zone. It shows, but it doesn't show you accurately. At that Brown Mika event, it would have said I had like 330 hit, 330 evasion, or 280 or something like that. It would have been somewhere in that range. But I mean, how am I, if it's capped, if my hit and my evasion are both capped at 330, then how am I missing, right? And like, it doesn't quite make sense. So I don't think that I don't think it's telling the truth when it tells you what your stats are at those events. I think it's bugged. Which skills make SNS immune to knockbacks and CC stuff? I don't know. They might just be blocking or resisting. BDO has better PvP? I don't know. BDO has better combat, but that's not always the same as better PvP. I think what makes PvP enjoyable is having an objective to fight over that actually matters, and BDO doesn't do a good job of that. I think this game does a much better job of giving you things to fight over that actually have some consequence. Although, still not nearly as good as other PvP games that I've played. How good is Greatsword Dagger with T2 for PvE? Very good. It's one of the better PvE builds in T2. You can get a chance to get a choice box from each boss from contribution. Yeah, exactly. What greatsword do I use? I use Mordecai's Greatblade, but I will eventually be switching over to a Dentus. You're missing because evasion's cap is higher than hit cap. Not according to the stat screen. They're both capped the same. I mean, I think you're right. I think the stat screen is lying, but my point is something's not working correctly. Say you're in my position, how would you catch up the fastest? You don't have to really do anything that fast in this game. You get stuff. So you have a handful of like daily resources that are just going to pile up in this game. One of them is your dungeon tokens. One of them is your contracts. If you're buying your mystic keys every day, then that's another thing that's just going to kind of pile up day after day. if you just stay on top of those things, you will catch up. You can't really like play 12 hours a day and suddenly be ahead, or suddenly be like, but you can spend your resources faster, but it's still just kind of like, it really just comes down to like staying on top of using the resources that the game feeds you every day. There's no yeah, there's no like secret catch-up strategy. How much better is the Dentist over the other greatswords? I don't really know how to quantify it. It's about 6 kilowatts better. 1 second. Last time I checked stats at Dynamic Event, I had higher evasion than hits. I've never seen that, but... Swipe to catch up? You can. Yeah, you can always swipe to catch up. I don't think it's very hard to catch up right now as free-to-play. You guys feel like you're struggling to progress your characters a month into the game? I feel like most prices are pretty low. Yeah, you just log on and just do the stuff you're supposed to do, and you'll progress pretty fast and pretty consistently. Gotta make Excel spreadsheets just to be competitive? You don't have to make... This is the least... This is the least spreadsheet needing game I've ever played in my life. The only thing you need a spreadsheet for in this game is when you are upgrading your traits with Blessing. But don't worry, someone already made the spreadsheet for you. You guys get a medal if you contribute even after 1 point, even when logging off, it's in the mail. Really? I thought I went and... that must only work if you don't go to another event afterwards, because I would go to Requiem and get points and then leave and go do something else, and I wouldn't get the Resistance medal. I had to be at Requiem when it ended in order to get credit. Any gear recommendations on Greatsword Dagger built with a Dentist? I've taken a look at Questlog and Max Roll. Always see a good bit of variation. Yeah, there always is going to be a good bit of variation because there's no one build that's going to accomplish everything. So you have some decisions to make regarding your builds that other people can't make for you, no matter how much of an expert they are. You have to decide, for example, am I more concerned with arenas or am I more concerned with large scale? Another question you have to ask is, am I more concerned with dishing out as much damage as possible, or am I more concerned with living a long time and, you know, sacrificing my crit and my other things as a result? So you have to really decide those questions. Nobody, no streamer or KR player or anyone can tell you, oh, this is the best build. There's no such thing as the best build in this game. They all have trade-offs. They all have downsides. If you're worried about large scale, first of all, I probably wouldn't play Greatsword Dagger at all. But if you're playing Greatsword Dagger and you're worried about large scale, then you might decide that you go for a magic and range evasion build. If you're more interested in like Dominion events and arenas, then I would probably go with melee evasion plus either range or magic, since you can't really do triple evasion. Tier 3. Tier 3 boars. Alright, boys. I guess we're killing some boars. What did he say regarding the Greatsword Dagger Guide? Revik or Evik? Yeah, Revik. Revik. I would start there. General, should Greatsword focus more on strength HP from items? Because you get a lot of hit and damage use from your passive. I only see builds with Aquarius and Duke Magna. Yeah, the Magnus Fury Warblade is going to be the most popular Greatsword builds. It's the easiest to get, and it's the best bang for your buck. I think that some of the boss swords are probably better, but they're way harder to get. So almost every Greatsword build that you see is going to use the Fury Warblade. If you're more concerned with tanking, then you can go with the other Magna weapon, the Provoking one, whatever it's called. But 90% of Greatsword players want the Fury Warblades. It's very accessible and it's very strong. So that's going to be a common one. You voted yes on 4. I don't know what that means, but I'm glad you voted. Congrats on being a citizen. Legalized mushrooms. You guys had legalized mushrooms on the ballot? Dude, that's lit. Good luck. I hope it works. In Massachusetts? I didn't know Massachusetts was that based. How does that work? You guys got a bunch of hippies out there? Do you think it's actually going to pass, or is it a Hail Mary? Is this one of those things where they put it on the ballot and then it gets shot down 70-30? And then they're like, yeah, we tried. And mescaline? Okay, I don't know about the mescaline. I feel like that one's got a little bit more potential for abuse, no? Boomer's gonna shut us down hard. I'm still tripping. Either way, you're getting high this weekend. When would it go into effect? On the 1st? Welcome back for 79, by the way, Jilly. Do you have a quest log for your Greatsword Dagger builds? Yeah, exclamation build. What do you think about Dagger almost never being the main damage on PvP, while also one of the best utilities of secondary? I think it's boring. I think Dagger is the #1 thing contributing to the boringness of builds in this game right now. It's way too popular, way too good, and way too unfun all at the same time. It's like you have to take it because the passives are so good and because stealth is so good. But then everything else about it is like boring and it doesn't hit that hard and it's not interesting. And I feel like the only other skill that it or the only other weapon that it really works well with is crossbow from like a fun standpoint. Anyone who's playing dagger plus bow or dagger plus staff or dagger plus greatsword really wishes that they were playing something else. And they just have the dagger because the passives are overtuned and the stealth allows them to get out of jail free. But yeah, I kind of hate dagger, and I hope that when spear comes out, I can play like greatsword spear instead or something. I think about rerolling to SNS all the time. I wish that like greatsword staff or something like that was more viable, but. It is what it is. The dagger is the utility king. They put DMT, mushrooms, ayahuasca, and mescaline all on one ballot? I don't think that's going through, dude. I think that's too many. Although ayahuasca, isn't it like kind of already legal? You just have to say it's for religious purposes. At least that's what they do in California. Got a bloodlust on your first kill? Well, there you go. Greatsword dagger, if I only PvE, do I need evasion? I wouldn't say you need it, but it'll help. There's a huge issue when daggers being used in frontline, divers, backline, and even healers. Yeah, it's by far the most popular weapon, and at the same time, like the least interesting. It's really just a meta frog thing. It's not like nobody's like excited about dagger, you know, except for maybe crossbow players because they can do some cool stuff where they're like using knife throwing to reduce their cooldowns, and it's like okay, this kind of works together. But the rest of us just have like, you know, 10 skills from our first weapon and then like 2 dagger skills and a bunch of dagger passives. And it's really just there because stealth and shadow strike are too good and maybe smoke screen. And then the rest is just passives. There's a new weapon coming someday. Depending on your timeline, there's always a new weapon coming. Think about it. Talking about good weapons, I ran into like 5 Greatsword Expo players in Arena today. How did they do? Did you lose to any of them? Yeah, how many dagger skills do I have on currently? 1? And it's just so that I can move a little faster? Kind of miss playing Expo Greatsword. Bro, I wish I could throw an Expo on instead of these daggers. I didn't realize it was 25 out of 26 on boars already. Wait, that was fast. Did I kill that many boars? I thought I killed like 3. When did I kill 25 boars? Am I time traveling? I should have killed 26. Oh. I don't have the mission. Is there a way to look up your build from somewhere? You can look it up on Twitch if you type exclamation builds. Wish this game allow all skills to be castable without being in enemy range. Yes. That would be nice. That would be nice. I think that's the direction that a lot of games are going to start to go. But there's some things about the tab targeting in this game that feel very like stuck in 2004. Or in some ways worse. Like, target acquisition is so bad. Did you guys fill out your survey? There's a survey that pops up when you first log in. Oh, if you click on one of the buttons. Go fill out the survey and tell them to fix their targeting. What are your thoughts on the new video posted about loot contribution, tanks getting shafted? That was actually exactly what I said in Discord about it. I was like, hey, it kind of seems like tanks don't really get any credit here. I mean, it was pretty much what we expected. The only big surprise in there for me was the fact that conflict bosses actually use the guild rather than the group as the contributing factor. I thought that was interesting. But yeah, tanks definitely getting shafted, and I suspect healers are getting shafted as well. I mean, they say something in there about healers getting credit, but like, do they? Like, how does that work exactly? One health healed equals 1 damage dealt to boss or something? Like, I don't know how they would really... I suspect that it's not as impactful as just hitting the thing, you know? It's weird because I see tanks get gear all the time. Well, it makes sense in a group setting. But for conflict bosses, I don't know. Do we see tanks getting gear a lot? Like, I see a lot of the same names. It's always Hypo. It's always Hypo getting loot. Healer. DPS. I guess I don't have to click. DPS. Healer. DPS. DPS. Healer. Tank. But also healer. DPS. Again, like healer, but tank, both. Probably, I suspect that it's the healing that's getting this, that's getting the credit here and not the tanking. Whatever Grenton is. DPS. 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 Another SNS wand. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely seems like DPS gets it most of the time. But maybe that's just because we have more DPS players. Been hooked on this game like crack. I have 200 hours in 2 weeks. Okay. Don't forget to sleep. What's up, Manixie? Don't diss healers. I had one in arena who healed 185k. No, I'm not dissing healers. I'm just saying I wonder how their credit is being counted at these boss fights. I'm suspicious that the healer credit is a afterthought and not really a core part of the loot distribution mechanic. When is weekly reset? I'm so confused by all the different resets now. We have Gate of Infinity on one weekly timer. We have the event on another weekly timer. We've got the shops on another weekly timer. We've got the weekly missions on another weekly timer. Like, what is... Why? Does it tell me? Does it tell me when? I guess this is, since this one doesn't have any dailies, then the restock is going to be weekly. Okay, so 1 day, 7 hours for this one. But for like the contract and the sundries, they just tell you the daily reset. I don't think they tell you the weekly one, right? Is there a way to see the weekly one? All right, well, maybe the shops and the event will reset at the same time, since the event is a shop. I don't think we have a Boonstone fight. Let me just make sure. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we need to... I don't think we care about the war. I don't think the other guild is actually going to show up. Feels bad. Converted to SNS daggers. There's not much source on that. Do you have any thoughts? It's not a very popular build. It's very tanky, and it can do some damage. But mainly it's just there to be unkillable. I kind of feel like SNS Wand is just better. But, Yeah, if your only goal is just to like live through everything and simultaneously not heal people, then I guess I guess SNS Dagger is the way to go. It can do some decent damage. I would say it's probably does more damage than SNS Wand. That would be one advantage that it has. Same amount of Lucent is free to play. Any specific strategy for Lucent farming? No, I just stay on top of all my tokens and my dungeons and everything. There's not anything super magical about it. I just know the market really well and make a lot of good decisions. Spend a lot of time scrolling and checking prices. Make sure I know everything. Vendors on Thursdays, weekly missions on Tuesday. Gate of Infinity on Monday. Is that it? I just don't get it. Just make them all in one day, dude. Accessory and armor lithographs are cheaper to create, and in a lot of cases worth it. Yeah, I never make weapon lithographs. I don't think I've made a single weapon lithograph for all of Global Launch. The only weapon I would litho is like if I got a field boss drop somehow. Like if my guild was like rolling one, but usually we just auction house them. Not sure if I'm missing something important. You're probably missing a variety of things. I think people that are struggling to make money, it's probably not just one thing that you're doing wrong. It's probably several things. I'm making my money from, you know, like 8 different revenue streams. So it's probably several things that you're forgetting about. It's going to be my next video guide. It's how to make money free to play. Uh-oh. Everything's on cooldown? Okay. Is Staff Wand any good? Yeah, Staff Wand is probably the best build in the game right now. It's insane. I'm going to make a Staff Wand ult if I ever find the time, which I probably never will, but I'm going to keep talking about it for another month. Any Wand gameplay isn't that engaging? I mean, 1v6ing and being unkillable is pretty engaging. I would be engaged. I get more growth stones effectively. You can get a ton of growth stones right now from the Halloween events. You guys still struggling with the growth stones even after running your Haunted Labyrinth? You get 2 runs a day, and then if you go to Vienta Village, there's a Wandering Merchant, and you can buy a 3rd run a day from him. You get just an absolute massive amount of growth stones from doing that every day. You can also make them from the ores that you get from your contracts. You get a bunch from... You get a bunch of material just from doing like abyssal dungeons. Oh, okay. Guess we're just clearing? Sure. Well, that works. Find no survey? Is it over? I did it yesterday. I don't know, when you log in, there's just like a... It's one of these, right? Yeah, your feedback wanted. Silesium notice board. You might have clicked don't show until next update. But yeah, go fill that out. Give them your feedback. One for the fun build. Heard the damage is bad. Yeah, it's fine. Not every build needs to do damage. Sometimes just living forever and whittling people down slowly gets the job done. It's unique. If nothing else, SNS Dagger is unique. Not a lot of people are playing it. I think there's one guy in all of Ethereum that plays it, and he's the shot caller, and he's not there to do damage. He's literally just there to be impossible to kill. I feel like SNS 1 could accomplish the same thing, but teach their own. Oh boy. Couldn't target him. Alright, we're dead. I love this dungeon, dude. It's always a good time. Exploration rewards, Tatel's Tower. Yeah, you get growth stones from all kinds of stuff. If you're missing growth stones, I think something is going wrong. Unless it's just like your third day playing the game. So you can do 3 Halloween dungeons a day? Yeah. 25 runs banked? Ooh. Brother, you better get started on those. You're not going to make it through all 25. You're going to do 9 of those in a row, and you're going to just pick up your computer and throw it out the window, and you're going to be done. "25 Halloween dungeon runs? Like... A truer test of mental fortitude has never been devised. I wanted to ask, are Wicked Thorns better than Darkslayer? I feel the stats are inferior and the special ability is only good for PvP. I like the stats in Darkslayer a lot better. I think Liquarius is for if you're aiming for 60 perception. It's definitely not only for PvP. I mean, you can, especially like on Greatsword Dagger or something, or really on any build, you can Shadow Strike, get the Liquarius buff, and then pop like your biggest DPS within that window. So it's a lot more damage when that's available. But yeah, I think that overall Darkslayers are a better option if you're not hurting for perception. Herald of Doom, Carnix, has appeared. Pugs are starting to hit pretty hard, dude. These random Qs starting to cook these bosses. Oh, Oh, 25k times 2. You love to see it. That was without the ascending buff too. Oh god, we're wiping. I think one guy disconnected. Alright, I'm gonna have to, I don't know about this, you guys. Also, I just drank my last potion. Okay. We can do this. Just kidding. Block doesn't work. Moss is teleporting around. Can't use any DPS. We'll be fine. He's almost done. Okay, now he will hold still for a... Oh yeah, oh yeah. Easy kill. Easy kill. Look at these pumpers. Well done, boys. Good save. Shapeshift command. What are you asking, Kilt? What's the max HP in TNL? I've seen people with like 28,000. What's up, Monolitus? Tanks and healing feels overpowered because of the base stats. SNS wand is always going to sound best by defaults. Yeah, I think that SNS and wand are the only two weapons right now where in arena you are limited to one per team. And I think that says a lot about the state of both of those weapons. I.e. they're both overpowered. I know for the daily and the peddler candy corn, where's the other? Same place, yeah. You get 2 per day, and then you get a third one from the peddler. $25 times 25 tings equals mental hospital. Let me just go make sure nobody's trying to get cheeky with our boonstone. Wait, we don't have a dentist. We have Galazan. Dentist is the other guild. Would you say a good use of excess guild coins would be buying the weapon chest and selling the traits? Yes. Yes, that is something I actually specifically talk about in my money-making video that I'm going to be putting out soon. Depending on how active your guild is, that's probably a few hundred extra loose in a week just from that. 2 a day, is that every day or just on select days? It's the same every day. Where did I just go? Guys, where am I? Cannot move to this location? I never grind in Great Claw. I don't know this area at all. I never do contracts here. I never do globes here. I did come here to farm meat one time, but I didn't go this far back. Oh, there's pages that I'm missing? Oh, let's get those. Yeah, we gotta get that, dude. Okay, what did I actually come here for? Can we go inside here? The desync is pretty real. This place has very weird terrain. What purpose does that hook serve? Alright, this is where we want to go. Or is it? Yes. Okay, hi team. Hi, we're defending the base. Okay, good job everyone. You guys are doing great. Sell for 10 unless you have heavy hit chance on the weapon traits. Most of them will sell for 10. You have to check. I don't know if every server is going to be the same. But if you get something like health regen... No, not running cave. Sorry, I'm that guy. At least I'm not spamming it, though. Yeah, if you get like health regen, I don't know if that'll sell for 10 or not. You have to see how many are listed and what the timers are at. Okay, I've waited long enough. I've been courteous. Allowed the queue to fill without me. Rather than sitting there mashing the button over and over again and griefing everybody. Like I know some of you like to do. Okay. Maybe? Nope. Yes? No? Okay. Nope. Okay. Yeah, this is an example of what not to do. This reminds me of like when you see someone on the sidewalk pushing the button to get the stoplight to change, and they push it over and over and over and over again, and they think that's going to make it go faster. Alright, we're in there. This is my favorite dungeon to pug. What's more fun to pug, Cursed Wasteland or Temple of Slaughter? What do you guys think? Okay, this group's pretty stacked. Temple's much worse. People just don't do the mechanics. No, they really don't. Pugs are not what they used to be with the random tokens. I haven't had any runs just straight up fail in a couple weeks. Even when we have a guy in the group with like a level 0 green weapon equipped, usually the other 5 can carry it. I had to 2-man Tublick last night. From like 60%. It took a minute, but we did it. Just me and the healer. Other bosses, not quite possible. You can't really 2-man Cursed Wasteland. He does too much. You got the purple stuff on the ground, and then you have to back away from him, and then when you back away, he does his AoE, and then you can't heal through the AoE because it's too much. So, but yeah, Tublick, we just 2-manned it. We are all pugs. We say that it's worth getting stun or collision chance on ring, greatsword, dagger instead of buff duration. It might be. It might be. I mean, the biggest thing that buff duration is going to do for you is it's going to keep Shadow Walker up for longer. I'm not convinced that that's like the most amazing thing in the world. The rest of your buffs generally last as long as you need them to already. The only time that wouldn't be the case would be like in PvE. There's some rotations that you can do in PvE that are only possible if you have like 30% buff duration. Like getting a lot of mileage out of the damage increase on Cruel Smite, aka Valiant Brawl. Like you would need a lot of buff duration to make that work if you were trying to like push Gate of Infinity. But I don't know, it's kind of niche. I don't have any buff duration on my necklace or my my alabaster ring. I'm gonna put it on Violent Signet just because the CC chance that you can get on Violent Signet I'm not too impressed with. I think it's like Bind Chance and Weaken Chance. And I don't know, Bind Chance kind of useful, but all in all, I feel like hold on a second. Do they know what to do? Okay, the tank is holding them. All right, buddy, that's all you. Oh yeah, these guys are pumping. This will be an easy run, boys. Yeah, I feel like for this build, buff duration is not a huge deal, but I also feel like CC chance isn't a huge deal either. I don't think enough people are building CC resist for it to matter that much. It is hard to know if that meta is ever going to shift in the future, though. Are Amatoid bags bugged from the expeditions? I have not gotten a single one since the Halloween update. Not sure. It is pretty common for people to think that drop rates change every single patch based on their anecdotal luck for that period. So I suspect that that's what's going on, but who knows? Maybe you're onto something. Do we have a flyer? Okay. Well, somebody didn't make it. Man, the damage, though. We're gonna get this in one fly phase? Let's go, let's go. Even with 5, we can do it. Yeah, so like right there, I can barely get my death blow in after Valiant Brawl. I don't even know actually. I need to go try it on the training dummy. It might not even be fitting. So I would need more buff duration to actually pull that off. But I mean, 5% is 5%. Modelitas, thanks to the Prime. Welcome to the Tinfoil Brigades. Crits am I getting on the Alabaster Bands? Well, max health and skill damage boost are mandatory. I have buff duration on it right now, but I haven't leveled it up. I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I'm very meh. As I said, I'm very meh on buff duration. Oh, I need to finish max health on this too. But I could get collision chance on it. Kind of meh on collision chance too, though. Oh, I was gonna say that'll sell, but actually I can use that. Wish me luck. I could spin Blessing here, but I don't need to. Easy game. Okay, I got some stuff I need to litho. Down to 40 ink. I might have to buy some ink from the ornate shop. Oh, that's money. I didn't even check this. I got this a couple runs ago. I got one of these too. Bind res. Oh, cash. Okay, third time's a charm. Yeah, bind res, we can... Okay, no. Max mana, no. Not good. Save those for the garbage disposal. What else did I loot? I feel like there was something else I looted. I don't think any of the evasion helmets sell anymore. Could probably just smash all those together and dissolve. Okay. I like Riftstones. It's such a nice chunk of the day where I like don't have to worry about events and I can just get stuff done. How annoying is it to switch to a different weapon later on? I like variety, and it's kind of boring playing only 2 weapons. Very hard. Yeah, once you're established, it's very hard to switch weapons. You can level up a 3rd weapon, eventually. In the long run, that's not going to be too difficult, but to switch entirely is very hard. The hardest thing is going to be getting the traits on your weapon. You know, just once you've invested into getting really good traits on a really good weapon, it's not easy to do that on other weapons. Rather go for collision or stun chance. For me, it would be collision chance because A, people are more likely to build it than stun resist, and B, I already have a lot of stun chance from other stuff. My helmet has stun chance. My weapon has stun chance. So nobody's really resisting my stuns anyways. But also, I think people just tend to build collision resist more often. What do you do with garbage disposal loot? You save it. You save it. There is a system called substance transformation that the developers will be probably adding pretty soon. We don't really know, but they've been talking about it in the dev updates. And people really do not want to run Butcher's Canyon. They've got to come up with a better system for this. It's so annoying. Let's do Kawa. Ooh, about that. It's probably gonna be dead by the time I get there. What up, Clips? But yeah, when they add substance transformation to the game, you'll be able to throw your extra loot, and you'll also be able to throw your extra ores into that machine. And it basically, like, RNGs new loot for you. So, any of my, like, purple gear that's not going to sell, I'm holding on for substance transformation. I've been dissolving greens and blues. There might come a time where, yeah, I don't feel like you have enough space to save blues. You do put a lot of blues in substance transformation, like in the future you will, but I don't think you have enough space to like save blues for it. You definitely have enough space to save purples though, unless you're just like stacked on purples. Probably not a problem many of us have. 39k Lucent. 39k Lucents. Just reached 2100 gear score with my Bis weapon. I have no idea how to get my gear score up. Any idea how to gear up? Only have 400 Lucent. You're gonna have to make more Lucent. Yeah, you want to use trade extraction stones and enchanted ink, and you want to make some money. You already upgrade all your weapons to level 9, all your gear to level 9? That would be the first move. Starting at 24? Do I go help? They really don't need my help. That's the thing. They really don't need it. It's not like more people gives you more chances to loot. Although I wonder if it should. Do you guys think it should? Do you guys like the fact that, like, when you go to a field boss, the boss only drops 1 or 2 purples, and those get spread among everyone who's there? Or do you think that when more people show up, more loot should get dropped? Can I show my equipments? If you type exclamation build, you can see what I'm currently using. Here, more people equals more drops in raid. You hear that? What is... Sources, trust me, bro. Should just be a % chance for everyone. Yeah, I think if you ask most people, that's what they would say. It's kind of interesting to me that that's not how they do it. What? We don't need to kill these. What are we... Okay. You guys think I could solo this mechanic? Oh, I was too slow. I shouldn't have used guillotine. Guildies were talking about it? In T2, this mechanic has 3 Shadowmancers that you have to CC, and it actually filters groups. I've seen parties disband over it. It's wild. Trying to get people to CC 3 mobs at the same time. It's basically astrophysics. It's like on that level of difficulty. I think it's okay the way it is right now, because only concern... only concerns for healers and tanks. Yeah, especially tanks. That post that they put up today about loot made it sound like tanks don't really do anything. You still run this dungeon in T2? You run a T2 version of it. The boss is kind of the same, but he's got new mechanics. I actually think he's kind of easier in T2. Same with Cursed Wasteland. There's a T2 version of Cursed Wasteland, and I feel like it's actually kind of easier than the T1. Okay, it's not what I pressed. Set up your parties for bosses. When? In half an hour? I gotta see which bosses are spawning. Sounds like we're cooking something. There might be an eclipse on the way. We won't be able to eclipse bosses for much longer. Okay, there we go. I see. Yeah, we are cooking. We are indeed cooking. Do we think Sack of Weed makes it? Oh, he made it. I might be able to get into Silius. It is kind of about to be nighttime, and it's about to close. I need Magna to die in the next 30 seconds. Can we turn those deeps up, boys? I'm standing in the flame. No time to move. Nope, no time to do mechanics. We stay in. Everyone stay in. Do not do the mechanic. Don't turn me into a sheep. Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, we have some people going to Nirma. Let me just get in the door before it closes. Oh, or should I go to Sanctum? Oh. Oh, that's so hard. I think I'm gonna do Sanctum. Okay, just kidding. It's 30 minutes until night. We're totally fine. We are totally fine. I thought night was happening right now, but that was the dungeon clock, not the real clock. Okay, so we have Juno and Nirma. It's going to roll night, so we don't even need an eclipse. It's going to roll night. We have Cornelius, too. That's crazy. We have 3 dungeon bosses, and it's going to be nighttime. Although, the nighttime lags a little, so you have like a minute in between when nighttime starts and the portals are up, so you can actually just get into the portals safely if you're there already. But a lot of people won't be there in time, so... do we want to kill everyone in Sanctum, or do we want to kill everyone in Silius? It's a tough call. How do you guys make Lucent consistently in this game? It's a bunch of little things that add up. You do your dungeons, you do your contracts. You do more dungeons. Instance dungeons, abyssal dungeons. You get tokens. You turn those tokens into items, you sell those items. You get resistance medals from events and bosses. You turn those medals into items, you sell those items. Yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch too. I remember you saying some future content was really fun. Was it T2 dungeons or challenge? Are they the same thing? They're kind of the same thing. The tier 2 dungeons are like the baseline, and then the challenge dungeons are the mythic plus versions of the T2s. So you have 6, or is it 5? Might only be 5, but there's 5 or 6 T2 dungeons, and then the challenge dungeons are those dungeons, but they have more health, more damage, and then as you progress, they get more mechanics as well. So like the challenge dungeon level 6 will have a new mechanic, and then challenge dungeon level 12 will have another new mechanic, and then they keep stacking. And by the time you get to level 30, they're like pretty crazy fights. Some of them are crazy at like level 6 already. Some of them are crazy before challenge dungeons even. There's one dungeon in particular called Torture Chamber. I don't know what it's going to be called over here, but in Korea it's called Torture Chamber. And it's going to filter a lot of groups. It is going to be... There are going to be some Reddit posts about that dungeon, even at level 0. Some of the T2 mechanics are so good, though. Like, there's one... I can't remember what it's called. It's been too long. But there's one where there's a mini boss on the way to the big boss where you're on a floating platform, and you know those bombs that you get for the Halloween boss where he gets the shield and you have to like hit the bombs towards him and they explode and break the shield? Well, for this boss, you're on a tiny platform and the bombs are like they'll hit you, and so you have to hit them to knock them off. And like one guy will be hitting it this way, another guy will be hitting it this way, and you end up killing each other, and it's good times. The command don't work. Can you show the equipment now? My bot not running? Command should definitely work. What do you want to see here? Why, like, what does this mean to you? The portals can't come fast enough? I think it's a little messed up when they do every single piece boss is a dungeon boss. I feel like there should always be at least one that's not, but when they add the portals, it won't really matter. It won't really matter. Okay, well now that I'm in, I can't leave, so what do we want to do? Can we fish in here? Has anyone tried fishing inside of Sanctum? These are not going to sell. I have... Well, I've got 7 scrolls. Okay, I can run those. That'll kill 15 minutes. I don't know if we're going to eclipse early, though. Let me get in Discord. We might be eclipsing early. We might be having a bit of a goof. Might be having a bit of a giggle. We have been taking advantage of Eclipse a lot in the past couple days, knowing that it's going away. I'll say we've been taking advantage of it.
Want wands. We want everything.
Okay, so yeah, then we should definitely keep an eye on it.
Yeah. Maybe our crossbows can go stall it.
Yeah, bombers.
We get pretty good killing everyone there.
Brandon, could you give me party lead?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I messaged Venka and told him to take bomb squad over there.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah.
So we've got 6 bosses that we're going to attempt to control.
Yeah, I posted an officer earlier. It's Alan, Cure, and Hyperextended right now in Alliance.
We'll use nighttime to control Juno, Nirma, and Cornelius, and then we'll have split teams on Azrael, Eridus, and Excavator.
They think 4v2ing might be too much. They even.
I really want a shot at the Eridus box. Should I go to Eridus?
We will see. Confirmed. Kier just ported out of Sanctum, by the way, on top of me. The GM just ported out.
Yeah.
So they're probably heading to Exco.
Yeah. Biz, I have a question.
Yeah. What's up, cutie?
Do you like royal or creamier head?
Does the new distribution topic confirm that it's better to farm Abyssal Dungeons solo, or you, so you can get more loots? I don't think it really says much about Abyssal Dungeons. I was actually hoping they would say more about Abyssal Dungeons.
So I live on the beach. It's usually like 60, 65 degrees maybe. And I'm kind of like accustomed to that. So when I go visit the girlfriend, it's like 8.
Let me check the post again. Let me just not be standing right there. Yeah, so general activities, including Abyss Dungeon farming. When an enemy dies, loot is assigned to the player who first earned contribution to said enemy. If a player is in the group, the loot is assigned to the player's party instead. In this case, drops from an enemy have an equal chance of distribution across all party members. The only exception is party members that have no contribution or out of range will be excluded from the drop pool. All items are evenly distributed when possible. If there are 10 items dropped for a party of 5, each player should receive 2 items. If even distribution is not possible, it will randomly select players to receive extra drops. This definitely sounds like you should be soloing your Abyssal Dungeons. However, I don't think this is actually correct. I think that this is correct for everything except for Abyss Dungeon farming. The idea that you would get 6 times more loot soloing Abyss Dungeons seems to me to just be obviously not true. I also remember playing KR when they made changes to make group loot, like, they pretty much specifically said that you could grind Abyss Dungeons in a group without any penalty. So, yeah, this definitely makes sense for just, like, killing a regular open world mob. But for anything where you actually spend an Abyss token, for this to make sense, the amount of tokens that you spend would need to be cut by the number of people that are in your group, and they definitely don't do that. So I don't think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't think this explanation makes a lot of sense for Abyss Dungeons. I think it makes sense for killing regular mobs. And yeah, I guess for like the polished crystals that you get when you're killing a boss in a co-op dungeon. Do you guys think you get 6 times more loot when you're soloing in Abyss Dungeons? I don't think that's true at all. I think that if you spend tokens, you get the same loot everyone else gets. Because I've run around and killed Abyss mobs on my own. Either because no one was there or because groups were full. And I've run around and killed Abyss mobs in a group of 6, and it feels pretty much the same to me. I mean, I haven't tested it scientifically, but I feel like a 6x difference would be obvious. Eclipse will be removed completely? I don't think so. I don't think they've said anything like that. What's the best way to get Lucent in this game? Everything I get is worth 10 to 20 Lucent or 40 of purple. You gotta sell it for 10 to 20. Yeah. I don't think I'd sell purples for 40, although it depends. Maybe in Europe. What up, Tristed? Happy to see an SNS Greatsword streamer. I am a Greatsword Dagger streamer. I do not have an SNS, unfortunately. I kind of wish I did. I'm torn between SNS Greatsword and Greatsword Dagger. Go SNS. That's easy. Yeah, go SNS. 3k gear score on my SNS Greatsword. Endurance gear. That sucks for Greatsword Dagger. It's not as bad as you would think, actually. I don't even know if switching is a good idea. It's been haunting me all weekends. Mainly just want to do small scale PvP, Arena, and PvE. Just wanted your opinion. Nah, dude, you'll do great in Arena with SNS Greatsword. It's super strong. I mean, the dagger gives you more mobility. It gives you more damage. You could make the argument that the stealth allows you to get out of situations that you couldn't otherwise get out of, but SNS kind of does the same thing. I mean, you've got defensives on the sword and shield that are also going to get you out of situations that you wouldn't be able to get out of otherwise. So I don't think that the dagger is going to keep you alive in more scenarios than the SNS is going to keep you alive. You will do a little bit less damage as SNS Greatsword, but I don't think that matters either because you do so much damage as a Greatsword already that, like, I don't feel like you really need the extra damage from the daggers. It's nice in PvE, and it's nice against, like, certain opponents that are super geared, but for the most part, you're already going to be just completely blasting people, even as an SNS Greatsword. Playoff meta, how bad is it? Earlier I asked about Expo Longbow. It depends on the environment you're playing in. I think in Arena you're going to get chewed up pretty badly, but in like large scale you might be able to make it work. It just depends on your team. You don't? I've done it. I always figure that every mob drop loot for everyone in Abyssal, just roll for what it drops. Yeah, I always got the impression that Abyssal loot was like, however many people are in the group, that's how many instances of loot get dropped. Like everyone's got their own kind of, because you're spending the same number of tokens, whether there's 2 people in the group, 6 people in the group, 1 person by themselves. You're spending the same amount of tokens. So I just assumed that that was all the same. It feels the same. I haven't like counted, but it feels the same. I don't think it's 6 times more loot, but if a Rubrix drops, I think only 1 player gets it or 2, and if you solo, it should 100% go to you. But the question is, can only 1 Rubrix drop from that mob, or is it possible? Does every player in the group have like their own Rubrix chance? Thoughts on the Ranger class? I don't know the class names. There's too many of them. Could you go over your quality graphics settings? My PC always has a hard time loading in textures. I have everything set to epic except for shadow quality and ambient occlusion. I have those set to high, and then I turn off hair strands and I turn off motion blur. That's not really a performance thing though. I just think it's ugly. The hair strands are a performance thing. There's some pretty good optimization guides on YouTube that you can check out. You can check out Grobs' optimization guide. Or Dank RNGs. Let's not take Rubrix, but purple weapon. Definitely not every party member gets that. No, the argument isn't that every party member gets it. The argument is it possible that I loot a purple item on the same kill that someone else loots a purple item? I haven't paid enough attention to know if that's never happened, but I feel like in principle, I don't see any reason why that couldn't happen. I mean, do we think that they're multiplying the drops by 5 or 6 and then cutting them? I don't think that that's what's happening. I'm not seeing like a 6x loot explosion fly out of the mob when there's a bigger group. I feel like everyone kind of just has their own drops, right? It's a bad idea to dissolve the resistance scrolls you don't want to do like SC and convert it to Silius. I think it's a bad idea, but I mean, it's a 2-to-1 ratio. So you're basically you're deleting half your scrolls if you do that. So I wouldn't say it's a good idea, but I mean, if you're If you don't have time, or if you really hate that place, then it is what it is. You can still do it. Me and my friends always get about the same amount of loot, so I can't see it being party rolled either. Haven't tested it either. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been times where, like, me and someone else in the group loot, you know, Darkslayer daggers at the same time. But it might not necessarily be from the same mob. I mean, we're killing, like, chunks of mobs, so could just be coincidence. What do you think about Expo dagger builds? Very strong, very meta, very good.
Oh, you should not have put that
Floor.
in the announcement.
Why?
When streaming.
Comms aren't live though.
He just put it in guild
He
chat.
put it in guild notice.
Oh.
Love that.
Are comms not supposed to be live?
Fucking neck beard.
I spam announcements all the time.
Alright, there we go. Turn comms off. Don't forget about the Amatoy. They give item chance. How would that factor into the discussion? What do you mean? What's that? So I boost a hit harder. How do I make my guillotine hit for 12k? You want more crit, and you want skill damage boost. Heavy hit is really good too. It won't make the number appear higher, but it'll put a little tiny X2 next to it, and that means double damage. Why can't I litho the Wicked Thorns? You can't litho any of the instance dungeon weapons. Those can only be crafted using dimensional shards. They can't be crafted with lithos. I think it only matters for the actual items. I don't know. I just don't know if I've seen any evidence of that. I mean, what are we basing that off of? So, if it was just randomly... If I'm in a group with 6 other people, and that loot is just randomly getting rolled between everyone in the group... Yeah, I mean, like, look how much I get on my own. This is the same amount that I get when I'm killing mobs with 6 other people. And it's from pretty much every mob that I'm getting that much. So... Yeah, I don't think I buy the idea that you're somehow getting like 6 times more loot when you're soloing. That just doesn't seem... That just does not seem to be the case. Like, how would they distribute the amount of items that I just saw? How would they distribute that 6 ways? It doesn't make sense. Like, each player would have to have their own separate pool of loot. Like, that's 3 items. So I would get 1 drop from every other kill on average in a group. That's not how it works. That's definitely not how it works. No downsides, only upsides. Yeah, I mean, I could try to go fish for the patch notes where they talked about this in Korea. This was back in like July or August. But I think there's basically no reason to solo Abyssal Dungeons. I'm pretty sure that they have intentionally designed it so that you are supposed to 6-man Abyssal Dungeons, and there's no downside to doing that. You don't get less loot or anything like that. It would be a pretty massive oversight if they didn't do it that way, because again, you're spending the same amount of tokens either way. So if you're spending those tokens and your loot is somehow getting split, that would mean that grouping was like massively bad. And I don't think they would want I don't think they would want it to work that way. What's better, bonus damage from Wolf X2 set or 150 heavy hit from General? They're both good. I mean, I think the heavy hit is better, but the real question you should be asking yourself is what kind of defense are you building? Because one of those is a plate set and one of them's a leather set. So... Wait, are we eclipsing? Oh, we are? I should really be in a group for this. Oh, man. That was a lot. Now I gotta clean up the scraps. This guy right here really doesn't like Ethereum. I recognize him from global chat. Oh, I don't have the cooldowns to finish him off. Oh, okay. I mean, if he had like done literally anything there, he probably could have lived. Okay. Decent. Hopefully I'm okay. We got a lot of people down here. I'm not seeing too much green. I'm a little nervous. Okay. Okay, most of them are just hugging the stone. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Let's just thin this out. Feel much better once this is thinned out. I really need my stun cooldown to finish this guy. Okay, holy dude, the desync. Okay, missing. This isn't good. This is my kryptonite. Staff players with evasion. All right, someone else kill him. I'm out of here. Okay, there we go. Let's find the boys. Oh wow, there's a lot going on up here. Yo, so many people are leaking. They're calling to get to the front door, but who's gonna handle all these leaks? How are this many getting through? Okay, nice heal. Nice heal. Now we have to find people that are hiding. Yep. This guy's a bomber. This guy is Is he gonna jump off? Okay, stunned me out of my guillotine. Don't think he quite has the damage. I could Shadow Strike and fall damage kill him, but sometimes it desyncs and I kill myself too, so okay, he can live. Gotta be careful hunting. I don't want my health to get too low from PvE. Greatsword Dagger broken, 18k HP. I play Bow Dagger and I'm 3.6k and I have 12k HP with it. So you think that I have 6k HP just from being Greatsword Dagger? Is that what you think is happening? It might be differences in traits and things like that. Or gear choices. You don't just get 6k HP from having a Greatsword, you get about 2k HP. Two situations where I look at loots between solo and party. Both have been 20k tokens. Solo was 13 rings and party was 1 ring. You got 13 rings when you soloed 20k tokens? Alright, I'm gonna have to do some testing later. That sounds insane to me. I mean, if that's true, then grouping in Abyssals is completely throwing, right? Are you talking about purple rings or blue rings? Which rings? What are the rings in question here? Global chat's going nuts. Every time we do this, it goes absolutely nuts. People saying we should be banned. People saying we should go to jail in real life. These doors close in about 30 seconds. You think anyone's gonna make it? Look at this blender, dude. Look at this blender! I wish I was a ranged player. Oh my god, look at all the free kills. Oh, we got a runner. Yeah, he's dead. You see any hiders down here? You guys see anyone morphed into a boar or something? You think he makes it? Yeah, he's got the shield. He's in. All these guys have the shields. They hop back and forth between the two teleports, so you can't do anything. invulnerable the whole time. Oh, got one. Not really sure why he must have done it wrong. Oh, got another one. Your shield when you teleport? Yeah, once the teleport completes. Except sometimes you don't. I think if it's... Is it only at nighttime? I don't know. There's some... there's some condition for it, but yeah, you can just sit there going back up and down over and over again. Okay. Jerry taking all my kills. Okay, I have about a minute. Do we go? Oh my god, the mouse over targeting drives me crazy, dude. Alright, I guess we'll just go. I think there's less than a minute now. That was fun. Those are the normal rats that didn't TP abuse. Building HP on Greatsword feels more natural than building on other classes. Yeah. Yeah, you get a little bit of extra benefit for it. I mean, you also get to have a bow. So, like, you get to damage people from 30 meters away. I have to be 2 meters away. That's kind of the melee range trade-off, you know? I mean, generally, if you're going to play a bruiser, you have to have some ability to survive. Okay, so while we were doing that, we had other groups at Nirma and Cornelius. Plus groups at Azrael, Eridus, and Excavator that are going to be preventing these bosses from getting sniped. Probably mostly Azrael and Excavator. I'm guessing we're going to summon into Silius for Eridus. Juno should do more trivia. I think he takes too long to do his trivia. He should be popping trivia like every 25 seconds. And if you get it wrong, it should reduce your loot chances. Alright, I'm guessing we're doing Epica next. Where do we get trade extraction stones? You should check out the trade video that I put out. That'll go into all that stuff in depth, but the main way you're going to get it is from the contract coin merchant. Oh, okay. There's some people here. Okay, we're cleaning them out. I don't have to be so careful now. The terrain around here, kind of rough. I get stuck on everything playing melee here. Oh my god. Brother, help. Range advantage is easily negated due to 3 gap closers you have. Well, reroll then, my dude. I mean, what's the point of complaining? If Greatsword Dagger is so strong, then just reroll. Been farming your content lately, you've made it all come together for me in probably the best way it could ever have. Thanks again. Hey, no problem, dude. No problem. Oh, so true. Oh, you guys can't hear comms, so you don't know what I'm trying. Look, I do all that work and a staff user just presses Judgment Lightning one time and takes all my kills. I mean, it's on a mission to steal your kills? I mean, that's what it's like being a Greatsword Dagger. You get him down to 5%, and then some staff user goes, oh, look, I don't have cast times. I don't have to charge my skills. And then if it's not a staff user, it's an SNS hooking them off of me while I'm in the middle of charging up a guillotine. Oh dear. Come on, team. See, if I was a bow player, I would just cast Flash Wave right now and get 75 kills, but instead I'm a little beta male dagger user. Well, I'm a little greatsword player who's got to stand still for 30 minutes to do damage, and so. But I do get an extra 2k health. So it must be overpowered. Yeah, Tevin, you would get 20 kills? The Tevin Greatsword's not that good, unfortunately. I wish it was. A Judgment Lightning is still stronger than doing Devastating Smash with Tevin Greatsword. Yo, there's a lot of reds out here. I don't think I live here. I just wanted to kill a crossbow user. Oh, it's kind of popping now. Look at this. Chernal's kind of popping. We got multiple alliances showing up. This is the best fight we've had in a month. No way Flashgrave stays the same for the future. It's not nerfed in KR yet, right? We still have people holding the other two bosses, too. Hope they're doing okay. There we go. I think we're wiped. I think we're actually wiped. Wow. Cherno's rising up, dude. Let me see if I can rat some outskirts here. Just rerolled the Expo Greatsword Guillotine is satisfying. Guillotine is super satisfying. So is Deathblow. I think the Greatsword ability, they did a really good job making them like feel really high impact. You're saying this fight just to farm kills or what's going on? No, we're losing, I think is what's going on. I think I think we got a little complacent running the server for too long. Now that the alliance is dissolved, people are going to have to actually like put their hands on their keyboard again. Good spin. It's good spin. It's so hard to target in scenarios like that. I might have to start doing feud-only targeting again. Now that we actually have people to fight. Still allied with Kieran reassembled? No. No, they're fighting us right now. There's like 4 different alliances at least at this fight right now. I'm not actually sure who's allied with who anymore. I just see a lot of red. I don't know how many of them are working together. What's better for Greatsword Dagger, melee ranged evasion or ranged magic evasion? Melee range if you're doing small scale, ranged magic if you're doing large scale. There's purples on the ground, but it doesn't matter because the timers don't let you steal loot anymore. Somebody dropped some heroic breaches? Oh. We should be heading to Eridus any minute. There's really nothing to fight over here anymore. Kind of just wasting time. You see that desync? Did you see that guy slide on the ground towards me? I knew though. I knew he wasn't here. I committed to that guillotine. I knew where he really was. Alright. Now we go fight over the real boss. Oh. What? Okay. We're good. So the silliest doors are closed, so the only way people can get down here is with a guild summon. So we're probably okay. Yeah, full PvE builds. We're just gonna blast. Oh, cancel my guillotine. Feels bad. That one was all juiced up, too. Dude, this is sick. Having actual competition. I mean, obviously not on Eridus, but on the last fight. I'm excited to see what happens later today. I'm glad these other guilds are starting to show up. What do we get? Oh, gauntlets! Oh! What do they have? Range evasion? I'll take it, dude. Those are mine. Those are mine. Give me those. Let me get those. Alright. We're gonna go do loot, boys. This is it. This is the last item I need. Unless we count Devon. You do something about the alliance system. 4 allies is too many. 4 allies? The problem is 4 allies is too many for everything except for Siege. And so, unless they make Siege have like its own special system, which I think could be okay. I agree. I think for field bosses, 4 is too many. For Siege, 4 feels about right, though. But for field bosses, it should probably be 2. Or even 1. Maybe they don't even allow allies outside of Siege. Although, if they make it so that there's no alliances at all, I think people will just start nut-cupping. At least having a formal alliance system kind of puts like an intuitive limits on how many other groups that you want to team up with, because people are more likely to just stick with the mechanical ally, and rather than being like, okay, don't hit these guys, because it's more of a pain in the ass to manage. Should be able to designate different alliances with different name colors. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would be nice to know which other groups are allied with which other groups. But there's not that many guilds. I mean, I think eventually you just kind of learn. It's just this is all dissolving our alliance was so recent that it's all still fresh. I'm assuming some of the guys that we broke up with are gonna go find some new friends. What do you think about farming open world dungeons like Silius when transitioning from green to blue? Transitioning from green to blue doesn't really have an impact on where you grind. You should be grinding open world dungeons whenever you have tokens to do so. You should never let those tokens cap at 20k. That's a huge... you're missing out on a huge amount of resources if you're letting those tokens cap out, no matter what point in the game you're at. Like to see a spin in the middle of that. There were some spins. You didn't see the spins? Oh, you're referring to blue rings. Okay, 13 by yourself and then 1. That's still a crazy difference, though. We need to see if we can replicate that. On my server, the top 4 guilds are all allied. Well, that's how it is on most servers. Yeah, that's how it is on most servers. And again, like, I don't think dissolving the alliance system would get rid of that, because then everyone would be kind of an equal targets. And so people will just make, like, agreements to not hit each other in large scale. But if it was just a limit of 2 guilds, I think it would be less likely to happen, because then there would still be like a mechanical system that's turning one of the guilds green. And so it would be like, okay, don't hit our allies. There's no friendly fire, right? Like that would be easier to implement, or that would be easier to maintain. Whereas if they get rid of the ally system completely, then there's no real reason why, like once you have like 1 or 2 groups that you've decided not to hit, there's no reason why you couldn't have like 8 groups that you decide not to hit. Are you Johnny Sins from TL? I don't think that's what he's from, but sure. Would maxing the allied 1? Yeah, I think that maximizing it to 1 would be a good move. To 1 ally. AKA 2 guilds. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, though. I feel like that's kind of a pipe dream. Do you guys really see the devs making that change? It's kind of drastic. X crypt. What the fuck is going on? Why did we change? Okay, whatever. All right, we're not doing loot. We're going to crypt. They've been listening to community feedback, so maybe it's not that much of a far shot. Changing the alliance system? I don't know. The problem is also, like, in Korea, you have, like, 13 guilds that'll be allied. So, like, changing it to where it's only 2 would... I don't think it would affect some of the global regions as much. I think it would affect NA quite a bit, but I don't know if it would affect any of the other regions that much. I targeted this guy through the wall. Okay, I'll take it. Kind of feels like cheating, but I'll take it. I love catching the enemy so that staff players can get the kill. That's basically my entire purpose. It's to serve up kills on a platter to bow and staff players. Trump's leading. We don't. I don't care. We're not gonna start doing. We're not doing election day on this channel, my dude. If you voted for anyone other than Mickey Mouse, I don't want to hear about it. They should remove Alliance system, it's too zergy. Let people only add Alliance on Siege. Yeah, like I said though, if they remove the Alliance system completely, then for sure people are still going to have non-aggression packs. So they're still going to... They're going to have a list of guilds that you're not allowed to hit. And at least having a formal Alliance system makes that less likely. It doesn't get rid of that completely, but it does make it less likely. I mean, that's... I think that's a pretty obvious fact. We have 2 minutes of PvP. Sounds like there might be some downstairs. That's a job for a greatsword dagger. Okay, it sounds like they're all dead. Sounds like they have 3 guilds in their alliance now. Just remove the hostile feature. I mean, have you guys ever played any other big PvP games like this where there's lots of different guilds? That it doesn't matter if there's a hostile feature or not. People are definitely still gonna behave the same way that they've always behaved in every PvP game since the beginning of time. The Lineage 2? And so in Lineage 2 you didn't have like 20 different guilds allying together? Because I'm pretty sure you did. Yeah, I mean, didn't you? Didn't you? Lineage 2 might have been the worst game of all time for mega alliances, right? Like, it was way wackier. It would be a little wackier. If they got rid of the system and just made it so you had to actually look at the guild tag, it would be pretty wacky, but organized groups would still be able to play around that. Lineage 2 was also back when, you know, people didn't even know what voice comms were, so... Okay, I think we're doing loot now for real. Oh, they're so beautiful. Melee evasion, shock commanders, not bad. I wish item linking wasn't the way it is. Alright, do I need anything else from here? Nope. Unless there's like buff duration on a ring or something, there's not really much left I need to do. L2 very zergy too, but the map was big. Nobody would zerk one boss with 5,000 people. Yeah, I do think that's part of the problem. They definitely crunch too many people into too small of an area. This is part of why Siege is more enjoyable too, because Siege is a lot more spread out than a field boss. I wish that the conflict bosses were more spread out. I think that would alleviate a lot of the problems that we're seeing right now. But also, if you're going to spread it out, and then you're going to turn the alliance system down, you're going to make it easier again for people to have informal alliances. Because if they're spread out on different objectives, then we can be like, okay, guilds 1 and 2 go over here, guilds 3 and 4 go over here, and it's a lot easier to avoid friendly fire. So, you know, it's going to cut both ways. Arena rank should be cross server. It's been a week. Stuck at 1900 points because there were 3 people at that rank. Are they not cross server? At all? Like even within... Wow, CC. Oh, that's crazy. CC gets a 97, Gretton gets a 99. Anything good from weekly mission? 30 trait unlock stones. It's probably going to be 30 unlock stones every week from here on out. It's very unlikely I'm going to see anything on there that's actually worth getting. Maybe some of the accessories. That's about it. If you did an endurance build, would you gear against all 3 or just 2? I think all 3 is really good. But ultimately, it's preference. Whatever you think is killing you. I think all 3 is pretty smart for endurance. Maybe need more bosses at the same time so big alliances can't zerg them all. Maybe. I mean, we had 3 bosses just now. And it wasn't that hard to control them. Although one of them was Cornelius, so it kind of controls itself. Line system, the way it's currently being used, will slowly kill the game/economy. What do you think the solution is, though? If you're on top, it's going to get boring, those people will slowly stop playing. I don't think that kills the game, though. The people on top getting bored and quitting doesn't kill the game. In fact, a lot of time that injects more energy into the game because people are like, oh, hey, the top guild left. Now we can actually play the game. And then they start coming to events. That's what's happening on Chernobog right now. These bosses were dead for like the last 2 weeks straight. Nobody ever came to these. And now that we dissolved our alliance, it's popping, dude. The server's more active than ever. Arena's hard if you're melee evasion and you run out of mana. Running out of mana in Arena is a real problem. My helmet's done, right? Yeah, my helmet's done. I need it for T2. Yeah, I need it in February. Is that cool? They said if you need it in the future, you can roll on it. I need Lucent now. Wait, this game has transmog? I mean, that's 280 Lucent right there. People rather create Mega Guild rather than compete in their core. They're not really competitive. They're afraid to lose. I don't know if that's a fair assessment. I mean... Wait, so we're not doing field generals? Okay. Alright. I mean, what are you expecting to do? Are you expecting players to self-nerf and, like, just lose if other people ally? I mean, what do you expect the players to actually do in these scenarios? The thing is, in MMOs, everyone always thinks they're outnumbered. Even if they have twice as many people as the other team, they still think they're outnumbered. We had a group at Saradoma yesterday that was calling us a Zerg, and I have footage of it. I could show it to you guys. It's quite literally 6 of us and 20 of them. And they're like, you guys are trash, garbage, kill yourself, you're such a Zerg, blah, blah, blah. Like, bring more. Like, actual 6v20, and they still feel like they're outnumbered. So when that's the average psychology of the MMO player base, like, what do you expect people to do? Of course, they're going to go out and get allies, and then the people they're fighting are going to go out and get allies. So if you're going to solve these, then you have to come up with a solution that's more than just like, oh, people need to nut up, because that's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. What's your thoughts on dev blog about loot distribution, how tanks are left out? I mean, do we need to have any sympathy for SNS players? Let's be real. Do they even need loot? Can't they just wear blues and be fine? What's your build, evasion or endurance? I am melee range evasion, but I'm not in love with it. I die to staffs really easy. I roll a 7. It's because y'all made the right decision to persevere competition at the fights, though. I mean, you can say we made the right decision, or you could just say that we got bored. It would be the same outcome either way, though. Like, whether we are splitting up the alliance because we're bored, or whether the alliance is splitting because people quit, like, whether it's because we want more content or because we have less players, like, either way, it's the same outcome, right? If we hadn't split the alliance and we had just waited until people started quitting, then you'd get the same outcome. Eventually, instead of having 200 people, we'd have 100 people, and then the server would start to come back. So it doesn't really matter if, like, the guild made the right choice or if they just slowly got bored. It's going to lead to the same outcome. Can't see CP. How high is it? It is 3432. How can you up your damage on wand staff? My giant fireball does 6 to 8k, high focus 11k. I have 380 skill boost and 715 crit chance. I mean, that's pretty good. You might be able to get a little more crit, but maybe not as a wand player. 380 skill boost is solid. A top guild alliance falling off can cause a surge in server community. That's usually after it's already been stifled by lack of competition for some time. Sure. I mean, I feel like we just are going in circles about the problem, though, without actually offering solutions. Am I saving Lucent for an arc boss weapon? No, I'm saving Lucent so that when people come and watch my stream, they'll think I'm very smart and rich and handsome. It's purely to flex. I don't ever intend on using it. Unironically. So true. Tanks are good in conflict bosses. Ask yourself, what has a tank really done for you lately? Saw a post about how damage is actually based on threats, and therefore contribution is based on threat, and tanks contribute by generating threat via their skills. Really? Let's check. I feel like I didn't read that. Did I miss that? Threat. No words found. Ag? Doesn't seem to be mentioned. What are you aiming for next build? Still evasion? I'm never going to give up melee evasion. Well, can I say never? It might be trash in T2. That's the problem. I would like to have melee evasion forever. I don't know if it's going to be strong enough in T2 to hold on to. I need to go do some theory crafting. I'm just not in a big hurry to figure that out because we're not going to get T2 gear for like 3 more months. So it kind of doesn't matter right now. But I might just end up going triple endurance for T2. Do you ever play bow staff? No. I just don't like bow that much, personally. It has nothing to do with how good it is. I just don't. I don't like it. I would play staff and just about anything else, though. I played staff crossbow and staff dagger in KR, and they were both fun. I might play staff bow. It's probably the only bow combo I'd play. It would be mostly a staff build with like Flash Wave and Tornado. Still ahead of me? Yeah, I mean, there's not much more I can progress other than skills. Unless I get these gauntlets right now. If I get these gauntlets, we're about to make some gains. No, I can't win anything today, boys. All my rolls have been sub 50. I rolled an 84, and then the one time I rolled an 84, people are rolling 99s. You think Tevin Greatsword will worth its money later when T2 comes out? Will it still be better than Earthquake Blade? Yeah, Tevin Greatsword is never not going to be good. I haven't seen it compared directly to the Gaia Crash weapon, but it's probably better. I don't think the Gaia Crash weapon is that sick. How much damage does it say it does? Do you have the skill specialization in another build? The one on Questlog doesn't have them. It would depend on which build you're asking about. I have a farming build, a PvP build, and a boss killing build. So they're all going to have very different skills and specializations. Why do you have so much Lucent and Solent? I started a pyramid scheme where I go around promising people that if they give me Solent, I will return their Solent back to them 2x next month. And then every month I just pay out all the people that I owe money to by using the incoming money from new investors. And so I'm just kind of running that down until, you know, until it collapses, I guess. What's my crit chance? My crit chance is very low. It's kind of embarrassing. It's my worst stat. 700. That's why we need to switch to a dentist. Can you tell me how you spread the items in guild based on rep or needs or role? It's based on who the guild leader likes the most. It's fairly corrupt. Technically, it's based on these rankings. So it's based on your activity and your kills. But this is like 20% of it. 80% of it is just how much the guild leader likes you. How much Lucent will be worth to lithograph a purple? I litho purples for about 300 right now. Maybe 250. But it really depends on your server. What if they surprise you when it comes in December? What, tier 2? Well, they've said 3 to 4 months, so they would surprise everyone and also completely contradict what they said if that happens. So I'm not expecting that to happen. They also said they're going to base content releases on the overall gear level of the people playing. And the overall gear level of the people playing is not anywhere close to being ready for T2. So I don't think that they are foolish enough to release T2 gear this early. Staff dagger or staff bow for PvE and small scale PvP. Staff bow for PvE, staff dagger for small scale PvP. You can do either one for either one though. Those are both solid all around builds. They really didn't give an actual numbers on how loot allocation works, like how much is being deducted from your guild while being on world PvP boss. Didn't they? They said it was 70%, right? When you die, you lose 70%. They're going to be T2 arc bosses? Yes, but not for a long time. Not until the level 55 expansion. And then even after the level 55 expansion, KR didn't get new arc bosses for like another month or two after that. So it'll be quite a while till we have the next tier of arc bosses. 6 months, 8 months, maybe. A year, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the long-term roadmap looks like beyond T2. Did any of your guys quit the game after they got most of the good loot at the start? I don't think it really works that way. No, I don't. You guys seem to have this idea that if you're in a top guild, you just get all the best stuff in like week 1. What if my cards are even better today? I should be streaming comms right now. I wish you guys could hear how tired our officers are. Oh, God. Hold on, I gotta send this. I'm making my case for why I should get the gauntlets. Like I said, though, these rankings don't really matter. What matters is how much Quancy likes me. Should I send her a compliment? Quick, someone type a good compliment that I can send her. What does most of the good loot mean? Yeah, I don't know what that means. There's still 70 people in the guild. I mean, getting a couple pieces of gear every day doesn't mean that everyone is like suddenly super decked out and finished with their gear. Also, like a lot of this gear, I mean, Eridus has only been out for a week, so like I still don't have my gloves, you know. I've gone to every single Eridus. We've won every single Eridus. I still don't have my gloves. There's still like 10 people in my guild that don't have their gloves. And that's almost all of them. There's only like 2 people that do. 2.8 is current average. Where are you basing that off? There's no way that 2.8 is the current average. Where it stats source, if you are not an SNS Greatsword, you can't do small scale PvP. You can do it as SNS, or you can do it as Greatsword Dagger. You can do it as Staff Dagger or Bow Dagger. You could do it as Bow Wand. You could do it as Staff Wand. All of those are really good in small scale. Nice toes. Is it worth full trading a blue before transferring to purple? Not only is it worth, it's kind of mandatory. Oh, wait, did we roll on the gloves? Oh, okay. They gave him to Grenton. Why does he even need those gloves? He's a fucking SNS dagger. That's cringe. Alright, let's go do something else. Zimin, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Is 2.8 what you have to run around in full purple 1 trait health regen gear? Is 2.8 what you have when you run around in full purple 1 trait health regen gear? I don't know. That sounds personal. I don't know what's going on over there. Not your toes. Use that as a compliment. I don't know what we're talking about. Is there a hint of when T2 could come out? T2 dungeons this month. T2 gear, not for a long time. I don't think people want T2 gear to come out right now. Do you guys want T2 gear to come out right now? Who decides in your part of the guild who gets loot? What do you mean, Thompson? The guild leader decides. Your Greatsword Dagger, are you still considered a tank or DPS? Definitely a DPS. Seems like your guild leader doesn't like you. It does seem that way, yeah. It really does seem that way. I don't know what I did. I mean, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's go to, yeah, let's go to members. Okay. So 116, 139. And then Gotti 686. He's better. He's got more activity than me. Grinton's got way less of both. And then, yeah, mine is 3645. So I mean, I've got way more kills. I don't know. I don't know what criteria they're using. Alec isn't on your server. He is, but he's not distributing this loot. Does Bellandir SNS and Tevent Greatsword combo is sick? It's possible to apply sands, colliding a single point, and then stack 10 Tevent's circle and blow them up. I'm not quite sure if I understand what you're saying, but yeah, it's a good combo. I think Nirma is probably better than the Bellandir SNS, but yeah, if you're gonna get the most mileage out of a Tevent Greatsword, you're probably gonna want to play Sword and Shields. I think that's the best combo to play it on. Is there a good way to get blue weapon growth stones? Well, if you can get purples, you can dissolve them down. And there's all sorts of ways to get growth stones. I mean, you can do the event right now. The Halloween event gives a ton. You get these bags every single run. You get like 5 of these bags, I think. But I mean, pretty much everything you do gives you growth stones. You might have materials for growth stones and just not realize it. So you might want to just go to Stone Guard and just walk over to the weapon or armor crafter and like check. So like if I need accessory growth stones, I just go over here, I click on materials, and then look at that. I can craft 224, and then I can also upgrade 96 if I upgrade my blues into purple. So yeah, you shouldn't really be struggling with growth stones unless it's like maybe in the first few days of the game. If you've been playing actively and you've been grinding and doing your dungeons and doing the event and everything else, the game gives you quite a bit of growth stones. The adventuring codex, the main story quest, all those things should be dumping a lot of growth stones on you. If you are running out of growth stones, you are probably going from blue to purple too early. If leader decides why roll, she told Godimus and Grenton to roll. That's why I checked both their stats to see how corrupt this bullshit is. You'll see what I have to deal with? You see what I have to deal with, chat? She goes, well, Moro's rankings are higher, but I don't like him as much. So Godimus and Grenton, you guys can roll. Love your content on Throne and Liberty. Thank you. I will be making more loot complaining content next time the gauntlets drop. Maybe that'll be my next video. My next video will just be a montage of me bitching about loot every time I get passed over by people with lower rankings than me. It should be spread out. Adding RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG is just bad design. Well, I don't know. The Koreans really like their RNG. What do I think the average gear score is? 2,200, probably? I think people chronically overestimate how active the average player is in an MMO. Like, average means in the middle of, you know, that means 50% is higher, 50% is lower. The guy who's right in the middle right now, I mean, the vast majority of people who play MMOs are casual, right? Like, 80% of the player base is casual, which means even the average player is kind of in the middle. Like, there's only that's still very much like there's a lot of casuals that are above and below that. You see what I'm saying? So the average gear is not going to be that high. How many other greatsword daggers are in your guilds? 5 or 6. Neither one of the guys who rolled on the gauntlets are greatsword dagger players. They're both tanks. They're both tanks. Don't even fucking need heavy hit. I'm not salty. It's okay. Because you don't play SNS. Yeah. Yeah, we really need our shield dagger players to be heavy hitting more often, don't we? Don't you always cry about loot? Why make a video? It's gonna be a montage. What do you think they're adding weapon changes in KR and global? What do you mean by the weapon changes? If you have 3,300 gear score right now, you're well above average. If you have 3,300, you're in the top 1%. Yeah, that's not even close to average. You're literally in the top 1%. Hands down. Regarding Arc Boss events, you jump in mass PvP at 10 people, apply SNS, pull, collision. They stack in the center, you apply stun, 10 circles appear, 10 explosions each. No, it's only for greatsword collisions. You don't get the Tevin explosions on the SNS. You only get the Tevin explosions from Stunning Blow, Devastating Smash. This is the biggest one because it's AoE. And then when you're ascending slash prones. That's it. It's not as crazy as it sounds. It is good, but it's not as crazy as it sounds. What server do you play? We're on Chernobog. I don't understand the argument. Do you guys think that the average gear and the median gear are vastly different? I mean, they're going to be effectively the same. Gear score depends on knowledge. Raising a new character from 1 to 50 after you have played the game will give you a character of 2000 CP at least. After you've, yeah. On like your second character, once you know what you're doing, sure. Yeah, but most people aren't. Most people are still on their first character. Do you hate SNS users? I mean, hate is a strong word. Oh, do you like SNS users? I mean, nobody really likes them, right? Does that make me a no-lifer? If you're at 3350, yes. You are literally either a no-lifer or a swiper. If you're at 3350, obviously. You know that. If you're at 3350, you know that. I mean, what do you want me to say? Are you playing 20 minutes a night and hitting 3350? Is that what's happening? You just logging on for an hour after work before you have to, you know, help your kids with their homework? Is that what got you to 3350? I don't think so. Pretty sure you've been no-lifing. Is Greatsword SNS good or just overrated? It's extremely good. It is one of the best builds in the game for all content. It's very, very good. And we should all not hate, but, you know, have a healthy distaste for the people playing it. He can't kill them? Why would he like them? Yeah, why would I like not being able to beat them in this video game? I dislike that. Would you marry an SNS user? No, if I was going to marry someone, they'd have to be a healer, right? I mean... Well, okay, I mean, an SNS... Marrying an SNS player, at least they can peel for you. Like, if you get knocked down... They can charge the person off of you, but then if the person who knocks you down has a lot of melee evasion, the charge could miss. So they might not always save you. A healer, on the other hand, like a wand user, is going to save you every time. So I feel like it's better to marry a wand user. Please love us, the Greatsword Staff users. We do love the Greatsword Staff users. That build is actually sick, and I'm tempted to reroll it every day. 3727 with $0 spent. Watched your trait vid and helped a lot. Yeah, so if you're 3K plus, you either no-lifed, you swiped, or you watched Moreland TV videos. Those are the only three options. Can you stack in 1.10 Tevin circles and insta-blow those people? You use SNS only for perfect pull and collide people. They will all be a 1.5 meter radius. You can definitely use the Bellendier mechanic to group people up and then devastating smash on top of them, and there will be big numbers. You'll probably smoke everybody who's in that clump because the circles will all... Each person who gets stunned by the devastating smash will create a circle, and so if they're all... You know, if you have like 8 circles that are all on top of each other, then yeah, those people are probably all dead. Guys, I just want to tank. Told you Greatsword Staff is the future. I actually think it's one of the better arena builds right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing Greatsword Staff rise to the top in arena rankings, because it's like right now Greatsword runs arena except for when the other team is stacking melee evasion. And when the other team is stacking melee evasion and you're playing greatsword, you're useless. However, if you have a staff you can just pull out against those teams, suddenly you're back in the game. Although probably what you should do is you should keep the dagger on and pull out the staff rather than keeping the greatsword on and pull out the staff. But we don't have to worry about that. We don't have to think about that too hard. Thematically, it's just such a cool build, dude. It's got to be in terms of theme, it has to be the coolest build in the game, right? Greatsword staff. There's nothing that's thematically cooler than that. And more of you are in 3200. After reaching 2800, I was just too bored to do dungeons, open or otherwise. Relaxed for 2 weeks, then got 3200. I was like, nah, I'm still too tired to do dungeons. I think the next tier of dungeons that comes out will revitalize you. They're a lot more fun than the T1s. Great YouTube vids. Which blue is the easiest to trade up, in your opinion? The resistance weapons? Well, all the weapons are equally easy to upgrade the traits. The only difference is the unlocking of the traits. So don't make the mistake of thinking that some blue is going to be easier to upgrade than another. Every blue is the same difficulty to upgrade as every other blue, as long as it's the same slot. Like every blue weapon is the same difficulty to upgrade as every other blue weapon. The only difference in cost is the trait unlock. But I mean, I would think at this point in the game, every blue weapon is pretty cheap to unlock. The only expensive ones are going to be like the purple boss weapons to unlock. And some of the purple non-boss weapons, like Fury Warblade, is probably still pretty expensive. I can think of some others, probably Rex Crossbow. Yeah, I mean, it's not the cheapest thing in the world, but not nearly as bad as it was a week or two ago. All I see is Longbow Dagger in the arena. Longbow Dagger is really good. Yeah, Longbow Dagger is really good. Staff Dagger is really... Pretty much anything plus Dagger is good in arena. That's true, yeah. Greatsword Staff, it's definitely a hipster build. You guys don't want it to become popular, or else you'll all have to reroll. They have more than 2 mechanics on repeat in Tier 2 dungeons? Yeah, there's a couple more than 2 mechanics. The mechanics are also higher quality. Like, some of the bosses... I'm thinking of the fights. There might only be 3 or 4 mechanics to worry about, but they're a lot more involved. A lot more demanding on the tank as well. A lot of people are going to get... A lot of tanks are going to get exposed in Tier 2. No, Tier 2 dungeons won't drop T2 weapons. T2 gear is still a few months away. We're just going to get... T2 dungeons will probably just have higher drop rates of the T1 gear. And then they might give us the rune system. I don't know if they're going to give us that in T1 or not, but if they add runes to the game, then those will be tied to challenge dungeons. And so those are like sockets that you can put on. Is there an event right now? Talisman delivery. Should I do that? Or we'll just do this arena match, and then we'll go to the event. People can't handle Wastelands mechanics. Yeah, when you guys have to do Torture Chamber or... what's it called? There's a boss that, like, chains 4 people to posts and then kills them in order, and you have to... I don't even know how to explain it. I'd have to show it to you guys, but suffice to say, people are going to mess it up every single time. You're gonna have to find a static. Okay, why did my ascending not cast? Dude, that's so frustrating. That's been happening a lot lately. Alright, this is going to be, I think this is going to be a little one-sided, boys. Getting some cooldowns. You try to get this guy off you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's done. I'm done too, though. Can't even defeat Butcher. I mean, come on. Yeah, there's Torture Chamber is gonna be my favorite. Torture Chamber. There's so many mechanics in Torture Chamber that are just gonna completely doom any pub group. There's one mechanic where you have to line up 5 people in order, and if any of those people are out of order, it's basically a wipe. Like in order of distance from the boss. And that's just like one of the things you have to worry about. There's other stuff going on too. It's dude, I don't even know if I want to like play when T2 dungeons first come out. I might just stream other people doing the dungeon and just just like laugh, because it's gonna be pure popcorn. Like, it's gonna be more fun to watch people run the dungeon than to do it yourself, for sure. We don't have a healer, so I might as well just go die. One with the root-like boss? The root-like boss. That might be one of the newer dungeons. I haven't done the level 55 dungeons. Oh, we're actually not that far ahead. I might have to lock in. There's too many staff users. I can't do anything. What are we doing over here, boys? I think I completely restart the dungeon instead of interesting to queue. Wait, how do you completely restart the dungeon? There's like a button that does that? Alright, we're losing. Focus up. I guess they want me to engage. Okay, I'm engaging. Back me up, please. Hey, we did it. I guess I just gotta go in first. Alright, go team. Now it's looting mode. Man, I feel very singled out. Okay, strategic death. I should be taking the shields. But I don't wanna. I wanna see some big damage. There we go. Okay, the tornado. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not even helping. I'm basically not even here. Alright, easy win. Easy win. Look at these guys. Holy. I actually did nothing in that fight, dude. Bunch of mages with melee evasion. See, it's scenarios like that where I'm like, man, if I just had a staff that I could switch to in between deaths, then it would be completely different. Like, you see how much damage those mages do? Nobody builds magic defense. Love how the arena works. The way that you can bank the last seconds is great. Sometimes I feel like it's a little too swingy, because you can like be dominating the entire game and then have like 2 deaths at the end and suddenly you lose. But all right, boys. That's it for me tonight. I will be back tomorrow. So tomorrow, the creator of RuneScape has a new game coming out called Brighter Shores. And so I'm going to be checking that out. I don't know if I'm going to play it all day. I mean, I guess it just depends on how it's good, how good it is. We'll definitely be on for Tevent. So Tevent is in the afternoon, so I'll be playing Throne in the afternoon either way. But I'll probably be playing that in the morning. So I will catch you guys there. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. SNS users, sorry for calling you all those names. Hope you know we didn't mean it. Well, I mean, we did, but... Alright, let's go raid Grimkill over on Twitch, YouTube. You guys can do whatever you want. Have a good night, everybody.